Seekers of the unknown, unite. Paranormal M is your compass in the vast landscape of the supernatural. Subscribe now and turn on notifications to navigate through our captivating tales, where the line between fact and fiction blurs. Alien sighting and reoccurring dreams. As of right now, the dreams have died down, but this is something that most people don't believe when I tell them this. A few months ago, I constantly had extremely agonizing migraines followed with brain fog. This always happened at night from what I can recall, and there was always an ominous mechanical humming and buzzing over the roof of my house. After the first few nights of this occurring, it had occurred again, but this time I believe I had actually seen what the source of this sound was. What makes this more disturbing is that I live quite far from any other airports that maybe a 12-kilometer radius of the area that I live in. And I saw this colossal triangular aircraft with 3 red but dim lights in its corners. There were green strobing lights on its sides and white lights around the center of the structure. It moved quickly, but sort of low enough for me to notice it. Sadly, I was too slow to capture a photo of it because it just got out of view. After this incident, I kept having extremely detailed dreams about these strange aircrafts. One of which, in particular, was one of the most detailed ones. I was in my house with my mother and suddenly I felt the urge to go outside and look at the sky. I had my camera with me, and when I had walked outside, I saw this huge triangular craft. I took a few photos of it. When I went back inside, time had seemingly accelerated from dawn to sunset. I woke up from that dream with a short but excruciatingly painful migraine. The second dream took place in what looked like a UFO assembly line, with some sort of gas giant outside the window, in space or something or other. I was sitting in some sort of waiting room and a man dressed in what looked like some sort of spacesuit took me on a tour. I saw all sorts of UFO types, cross-shaped, dome, cigar, triangular, cube. A few days after this dream, I had seen the strangest shit I'd ever seen in my life. I'm sorry if my grammar is bad while writing this, because I'm currently on my mobile. I was standing outside with my friends drinking some Sprite, and an hour after they left, I saw this rectangular, dark metallic object with red lights on its corners hovering by the side of my roof. There was a glass panel on the side of it with something, I can't really recall what, inside, controlling it. I dropped my phone in horror before I could take a picture, but it didn't even hit the ground. It felt like time just stopped. I caught something moving in the corner of my eye. I glanced over to my left and saw this gray cylindrical thing with contorted legs and a horn with a glowing end on what would be its face. The way it moved will haunt me for a long time. It was jittery but disturbingly smooth, as if it was rotoscoped into reality. After that, time leaped forwards, and it was as if I'd been standing in that same position for an entire night. I walked in my house and immediately fell asleep. Tried to get my mind off of what happened that night, but I couldn't. I wasn't doing under any drugs or intoxicants during this. A fond memory of college. This happened to me in philosophy class, and we were actually on a related subject of casuality and persistence. I came in like usual with notes from the last lecture. Only about 15 minutes in, I noted something strange. It was the exact same lecture, word for word. It was a really small class with only majors in it. I think maybe 12 of us, max. So I stopped the class and said, "We've done this before." The professor replied, "Yeah, you sit, I talk, you write, we do it 3 times a week." And I go, "No, like we covered this yesterday." And he goes, "Well, this is similar to what we talked about yesterday, but it goes further." And I say, somewhat frustrated now, "No, we've done this before, this exact lecture. I have the notes in front of me. You're about to introduce X and his Y theory." Too long ago, I don't really remember the actual content, so for now, X and Y. The professor's mocking tone and smile instantly faded as I brought the notes up to his podium, and he said, "Okay then, lead the class." So I did. I even put the diagrams that he was going to show on the board. At the end, I asked him, "Is that about it?" And he said, "Yeah, I'll go into more detail, but that's exactly right." I thought everyone was playing a joke on me. As I went through the lecture, everyone was laughing. Granted, I'm somewhat of a comedian when I lecture or dictate, but they were also diligently copying down notes. I was in disbelief. I kept looking over to my best friend, who was literally on the floor cracking up because he couldn't believe what was happening. He and I were thick as thieves into paranormal stuff like this, whilst everyone else in the department started out as a non-believer. And to the professor, who would nod back, "Yes, you're doing well, keep going." At the end of the class, the professor came up to me and asked if I had somehow gotten the notes from his computer, or if the class was following the same direction as the time that he taught it. Like I got the notes from a previous student, which he actively tried to avoid by changing his material every term. I said, "No, man, I literally sat down yesterday at this lecture and took notes, came back today, and it's like everybody forgot yesterday happened at all." He looked at me with a deep concern for a moment and laughed and said, "Well, shit looks like I have some more research to do." He was firmly against paranormal stuff like time travel, but this one event was enough to break his whole worldview. And that's the story of how I turned a philosophy class full of skeptics and a skeptical professor into believers. Well, maybe not all believers, but none of them were adamant against the paranormal after that. I would bring other crazy stuff up to my roommate, who was also there at the time, and he would reply, "You know, 3 weeks ago, I would have told you that was bullshit. But I kind of believed it was bullshit too, but now I don't fucking know anymore, so I'm just gonna say fucking bullshit. Please don't make me think about it." Paranormal or not, this is some scary shit. I grew up in a house built back in 1959 or 1960. My parents picked it up in 1995, where they lived for a full year before adopting me in 96. There's no public information on who owned the home before my parents moved in, but the 35 to 36 period of time before they bought it lends itself to having at least 1 or 2 previous owners. My parents never talked about who they bought it from. So anyway, as a kid, I was pretty adventurous. I would go exploring in the attic and even found a secondary attic not connected to the main one, accessible only through a hatch in the spare bedroom. Never really went up there because there wasn't anything interesting. Or so I think. Maybe I'll revisit it next time I'm around. The one place I didn't venture, however, was the crawl space. We have a finished basement with the door leading to the crawl space, which is about 4-ish feet tall, and I'm 5'11", and I have to crouch like Master Chief to walk around. Now, I already didn't like the basement very much, and I absolutely hated being down there alone at night. Straight up bolted upstairs when I had to turn the lights off, and I'd just crash for the night. Both the dog and I had, I guess, the same time. My new one aren't or wasn't a huge fan of it either. I rarely catch them alone down there. But one day, I was feeling ballsy, I guess, and I just decided to go exploring when I got home from grade school before my parents got home from work. I opened up the door into the crawl space, and my dog Travis waited anxiously for me at the entrance. Neither him nor my current dog Rico ever went in there, and even went near that door. Well, I made my way towards the back of the then gravel-laid flooring, past all the storage bins my parents had placed in there, and rounded a corner by a moderately sized sinkhole. The gravel was lower there for some reason. What I found was a chair and a mattress pad with a blanket folded up at its foot, like one might find at a PADS facility. I noped the fuck out of there and shut the door. When my mom got home, I told her about it, so she went in, not believing me, and upon exiting, looked as bewildered as I. When Dad got home, he did the same. I asked them if they knew anything about it, and they just said they'd never seen anything like that before, that they didn't know how they even got there, and that they had admittedly not been back to that part of the crawl space in years. They removed the items and never spoke of it again. There was also a Bible, Protestant I believe, which was obviously not my parents' as they're Catholic, sitting on the chair. And now that I think about it, not uncommon for homeless people to find comfort in religion, but hey, maybe the squatter heard some spooky shit. Now, that's all verifiable fact. What follows are my personal experiences that my parents, and will probably continue, to vehemently deny. Growing up, I had often noticed some weird things, objects in my room moving from the place that I'd left them. I figured my parents just lied when they said they hadn't gone into my room and moved anything, which is fair enough. Stranger, I heard shuffling coming from the kitchen, which I chalked up to my dog, until he had passed and I continued to hear it from time to time. I would hear cabinet doors opening with a distinctive magnetic click and a creaking of the hinges swinging open slowly. I heard plates rattle or slide. I figured maybe one of the parents were up and moving around getting a snack and such. Only I'm a night owl, and I would just stay up far later than my parents, reading in my room at the end of the upstairs hallway. Their room was right by the wooden stairs. Now for the, in my opinion, freakiest part. That hallway creaks under the weight of a human walking on it, and I, of course, had learned to navigate it without the creaks. But the sound of my mother or father walking down it was undeniable. The stairs were even more challenging, as I'd have to get out on all fours and equally distribute my weight for them not to creak. While during the silent hours of the night, when I was up far past when I should have gone to bed, and when my parents had already been asleep for hours, I would hear that rustling, those hinges open, those plates slide, but never the fridge open, strangely enough. And even more scary, though, were the footsteps in the hallway. I would hear the distinct sound of someone walking with shoes or boots on wooden floorboards, but the boards wouldn't creak. Granted, my room is at the end of a hallway next to the bathroom. I would often explain it away as my mom or dad coming down to use the bathroom late at night, which sometimes it was as the light would turn on. I'd hear them use the bathroom and flush, and the light would go off, and I'd hear them return to their room. Only sometimes the light wouldn't go on. The footsteps would stop at my door, and sometimes I'd even hear the slightest rattle of the knob being touched, but never twisted nor opened. I'd become hyper-aware, my heart racing and my hair standing on end. In those cases, I'd never hear footsteps return to my parents' end of the hallway. My dogs have also acted strangely from time to time, frequently sitting bolt upright and staring at nothing. Recently I had an experience, possibly a sleep paralysis-induced nightmare, but I had felt as though I had real physical sensations leading up to it, of Rico and I cuddling until he stood bolt up in my bed, staring at the doorway. I grabbed his collar and blinked, only to open my eyes and see a white figure hovering with no legs in the frame. He got anxious and began to try to escape my grasp. And as I blinked again, the figure began to float toward me. I decided I wasn't going to take him down with me, so I just let him go, and he sprinted out of the room. I blink again, and I see nothing but a misty white, unidentifiable face. At which point I clamped my eyes shut. I feel my face turn to ice as I black out, waking up hours later in the late morning after the sun had already risen. The only other memorable occurrences I have was in the basement, and this time with me fully awake. I had brought my electric bass and its tripod into the basement with me to play while I was bored. It was mid-afternoon with nobody else downstairs, not even my dog. I was sitting on a chair on the other side of the room watching TV when, out of nowhere, the tripod, bass and all, simply fell over, like someone had strongly tapped the head of the bass on the side. Being accustomed to all sorts of weird shit happening, I simply walked over, stood it back up, and said aloud, "You can fuck with me all you want, but do not touch my instruments, you got it?" Never before, nor since, have I had any problems with my instruments. Now this title says Haunted Apartment, but I'm going to go out on a leaf and suggest that they meant Haunted Apartment. My family used to live in an apartment complex as a child, and we moved out when I was about 7 because that's when my parents bought their first house. I must have been 5 or 6 at the time, and I can backdate it to those years before that. I used to sleep in my parents' bed with them, and then one day my parents decided to buy a bed separate from theirs, and they placed it next to their bed. The apartment was on the lower floor, and it had 4 floors. It had a kitchen and a living room. We had 8 people living there, my mom, dad, grandma, and 4 brothers. 2 brothers would sleep in 2 of the rooms each. My brothers are a lot older than me. The youngest one was next to me, was about 7. My oldest brother is 10 years older. Every brother is 1 year apart. I know, right? My grandma had her own room, and my parents had their own room. My parents' room was a south right door, was south right of the door, which was in the north left. Of this room, my parents' bed faced the door, which faces a hallway. Down the hallway, toward the front of the apartment, on the left and right were the rooms that my brothers stayed. When my parents brought the separate bed, my bed faced a bathroom. Behind my bed and my parents' bed, there's a thin rectangle slit window toward the top of the wall. The details are important, and I'll explain later. One night I couldn't sleep. My parents are sleeping already. The room was dark, but the window of the room, the ambient light from the moon, shined through. I see a figure with a bluish glow. It was a woman in a long white dress and long black hair. The face wasn't visible. She didn't look at me. She was floating in the front of my bed and hung a left to the bathroom that faced my bed. I remember covering my head with a blanket and I breathed, and it was hot. And then I fell asleep, and I always told myself until adulthood that it was going to be a nightmare, and it was pushed out of my memory. After we moved out of that apartment to our house, I never really thought about it for years until I was an adult, maybe in my 20s. My brothers, the second and the fourth, one day somehow talked about the apartment. My family kind of split up because the 2 brothers were out of state. My second oldest brother, who slept down the hall, he used to get bad grades and had to focus on issues, and coming from an Asian immigrant family, that was a no-no. My dad used to make him stay up all night late to study and improve his grades. He said that late at night he heard footsteps on the walls of the hallway, as if someone was walking on it. Next morning, he would have scratches on his back. My brothers were saying how some lady committed suicide in that apartment. I've only confirmed it for months with my mom, and we chatted about purchasing a home. Then I asked out of curiosity. She said, yeah, a lady committed suicide in that apartment before we moved in. And that's when I told her the story. Side note. This apartment complex faces a middle school. My brothers used to go there and said that one of the school bathrooms is haunted because a girl committed suicide there or something. The students would avoid that bathroom. Also, my first brother could see spirits and ghosts. He was talking to my other over there, and he just tells them to leave him the fuck alone now. We never really sit down to talk about ghosts, like it's not even a thing, only if it comes up. My person story. When I was 13, me and my family moved to a big farm as a last resort to prevent homelessness. Yeah, this sounds as cliche, but I wish it was. The landowner had a bigger farm with a production, a bit further down the road, and his caretaker lived next to us. He was an old, happy man with a lot of sparkle and joy in his life, but lived a bit messy and humble. When I was 15, I went away to a school for sports talents for a year on the soccer line, and I was supposed to be there for 2 years, but in the summer holiday I met my girlfriend, who's now my wife. She moved in with me about 3 months after, and with her parents' consent. That's important. A while later, the caretaker unfortunately died. I never found out how, but that's not important either. Not long after, we began to hear footsteps out in our yard that was filled with small rocks instead of dirt or concrete, and every night different times and various lengths. Then it became footsteps and whistles, both from the yard, but also from inside the house. The real haunting began where this entity became physical and turned on lights and other electronics. One evening I was home alone in the room playing games, and from my room I could see the hallway and the bathroom to the right of my room. I sat there and the light turned on in the bathroom, so I calmly asked if it was my girlfriend, that they may have come back from a quick toilet, but no answer. I paused the game and went out to see, but no one was in there. I felt a quick freeze and I was unable to move for a couple of seconds. I heard a deep, angry voice say, "Hello," and a sensation of someone's hand on the back of my neck, like someone found me trespassing the property. I ran as fast as I could down the stairs and out to the garage that faced toward my room's window. I stood there looking up at my window, multiple times, saw quick movements of a shadow, and one time a full-body apparition looking down on me. And then the shadow stopped. I spent 2 hours in the garage in the middle of nothing but just freezing and waiting for my girlfriend and parents to come home. Move a couple of months forward, my girlfriend is pregnant. We moved rooms to get bigger, and a bigger one for us and her daughter. One night we were sleeping and I felt uncomfortable the entire evening, but pushed it aside as tiredness or a mild flu. Well, we laid in our bed, and when both of us were sleeping, I woke up on top of my girlfriend with her neck in my hands and her screaming. I remembered nothing. My name is Patrick, but I woke up as Peter. I had distinct memories of a man's life that wasn't mine, a hateful man. I remember nothing, only that he was awful. Still to this date, 12 years later, some memories just pop up and I see this man in the shadows and feel his appearance near me. I have 3 stories to give to you guys. About 6 years ago, me and my family was living on a farm in Denmark. We only had one neighbor, an old man who took care of our garden. He had this really old song that he liked to whistle when he was working around his house or the garden. Well, one day, he was dead by old age in his living room. Time went on, and after 3 or 4 weeks, we began to notice the sound of gravel getting stepped on in our driveway. But nothing was there. We had these automatic light sensors. And slowly, his freaking whistling came out from the fucking darkness, and it went on like 3 times a week in the night. So my second is also a part of my first experience, but this one freaked me out. So the ghosts of our neighbor became more direct and kind of violent. Me and my girlfriend were sleeping in my room, and I felt this very negative presence in our room suddenly. I became heavy and I blacked out for 5 minutes. I came back to my girlfriend screaming and begging for me to stop. Apparently I was trying to choke her. Can't remember shit on this, but it wasn't me and my name's Patrick. But I knew that it was Peter, which was also our neighbor's name. And on another night when my girlfriend was out with my parents to do a little late night shopping, I sat in my room playing games and I had a beer when the bathroom lights turned on without thinking. I just assumed that maybe someone stayed to use the bathroom, but then I realized the drive was an hour and a half ago. So I went out and looked. My bathroom was on the 2nd floor, at the stairs, while I was standing there, and I looked around and felt the same negative presence again. And a voice just saying, "Hello," followed by a push toward the stairs. I didn't fall, but jumped these 18 stairs and ran as fast as I could out into the garage and sat there waiting for them to come home. We moved 4 months after that. So my last one is kind of more UFO related. So I hope it's okay. This was like 3 years ago. Me and my girlfriend had moved and was living in an apartment with a balcony. I was out having a smoke when I noticed a green and red light in the sky, just assuming it was an airplane. But I noticed and stood still at the wider part. And suddenly, they just shot away from each other and then went back together again in what seems like 50 to 100 meters apart while circulating each other. And it was there for like 15 minutes. None of my camera equipment could even capture it. I think one of those stories was a repeat or a retelling of the other story. But I, the narrator, reads on. Screaming Ghost. I grew up in southeast North Carolina, just outside of Fort Bragg. The summer after 6th grade, we were visiting my aunt who lived in a small single-family home in a neighborhood called Erin Lakes West. That day, another house in the neighborhood caught fire, and the fire department was called to put out the blaze. Like all curious kids, my brother, sister, and cousins, all under the age of 15, decided that we would go check out the fire and see the firemen in action. My brother, sister, and oldest cousin got a head start, and I was asked to take my younger cousin with me. As we walked along the main road in the neighborhood, which ran alongside of the lake, I heard a girl scream. The area between the road and the lake was about an acre of wooded land, which was unkempt and full of weeds, trees, and underbrush. Upon hearing the scream, I immediately began moving in the direction of the noise. I began calling for the girl, but received no response. So I ran into the road and stopped the first car that came along, which belonged to a female soldier in military uniform. She exited her vehicle and immediately began searching with me. After a short while, the fire was extinguished and the firefighters were dispatched to her location to assist with the search. In the end, no one was found. No one came forward to say, "Hey, that was me, sorry if I scared anybody." And also, no one reported missing. I believe this was a ghost. The reason I believe it was a ghost was that when the girl screamed, it sounded like she was just a few feet away from me. I would move in that direction, and when I got there, no girl. No more screams. These weren't playful screams either. These were screams of someone being attacked. It still gives me goosebumps 30 years later. voice outside my room. I think it's super odd. Something similar happened yesterday. So when I was in high school a few years ago, I was asleep in bed on a weekend. I woke up at like 2 a.m. because I heard yelling outside. My dad works the graveyard shift for context, but he usually gets home around 5 or 6 a.m. I thought it was so weird, but I hurried downstairs. It sounded just like him. He was yelling my name, telling me to let him in and help him. I woke my mom up as well, and she obviously was less than thrilled to be up. Although she heard it because she then said, "What the? Why is he yelling like that?" As we both headed to the side door to let him in. But he wasn't there. His car wasn't there either. No one was. As soon as I opened the door, the yelling stopped too. My mom and I just stared at each other for a good few minutes, unsure of what we heard. It was so weird I even asked her again if she really heard it, and she confirmed it. The thing that made me bring up this whole thing was that it happened yesterday. Or rather, something else happened yesterday. I'm in college now on summer vacation, and this time I was drawing in my bedroom. And I should mention that right now my mother is visiting family on the other side of the country, so I'm home alone at this time. It was around 10:40 when I heard the same thing, except it was my mom's voice. Except she was just yelling my name outside. It lasted like a minute, but I didn't answer the door like last time. It was really strange, and I figured I'd just share it here since it was so recent. Some weird stuff is happening in my home. Any help would be greatly appreciated. So about 2 years ago, Memorial Day of 2021, I was out on an Airbnb with some friends in Iowa. On that trip, I was sitting in a hot tub at night, and I saw as vividly as the person sitting right next to me, an old bald man in a button-up, standing underneath the deck, and he was just looking at us. I asked the 6 people I was with if they could see him, as I was shocked, and they each said no. I freaked out and sprinted inside. They all thought I was crazy. So did I. Until I saw him briefly near the woods by the house a couple of hours later. I haven't seen him since, but some weird shit has been happening. Shortly after that trip, I had a jar of olives that somehow lost all of their juice overnight. I enjoy the occasional martini, which is why I noticed. There was also a morning where my bathroom sink was running when I woke up. The sink that was running was the faucet that I never turn on in a double vanity in the apartment. Shortly after my wife and I moved apartments, nothing to do with that, just so happened to move. Nothing out of the ordinary happened for about 8 months. Then one night a glass on her nightstand started spinning like someone had knocked into it or spun it. I tried to recreate it with pillows, knocking into it, bumping it, etc., but couldn't recreate it. Moved again. Again, just moving into our new home about a month ago. Within the first week of moving, had a spoon knocked off the counter. Tonight, had the weirdest experience apart from the ghosts that I saw this far. Was on our back deck, and our basement light turned on by itself. This light is only able to turn on by one switch, and it's not on a timer. After confirming that there was no way me and my wife could have turned it on, I started to clear our house to make sure that, no one was in it. When I got into our garage, I was looking at my wife's trunk, closed the door, turned on my car to look in the window, and my car alarm went off. I was still about 5 feet away from it, and there were no loud noises, and my keys were upstairs. My alarm has never gone off ever, let alone without anything causing it. At this point, I'm freaked out beyond belief. If anyone has any idea on what this could be or how to deal with it, I'd be extremely appreciative. It feels like whatever this is following me, as I've had very few experiences like this to the point in my life outside of the occasional bump in the attic when I was younger. Moving is definitely not an option, as I'm in my dream home and I just purchased it. My family and friends keep seeing me around the house, but it's not me. Is it a ghost? A poltergeist? This has been going on for like 15 or 16 years. My family, with the exception of my father, all believe our house to be heavily haunted. It's an old southern farmhouse with quite the history, like so many others. Plenty of deaths, plenty of suspicious activities. It's seen the Civil War. Family house passed down generation to generation. You know the drill by now. This particular activity is nothing new, but it never fails to disturb or perplex. Ever since I was like 6 or so years old, people have seen me around the house in odd places or at odd times, even though I'm actually somewhere else entirely or not home at all. On top of that, the me that they see never looks at them or acknowledges them. I think the first time was my older sister insisting that she saw me standing in the hallway in the middle of the night when she got up to use the restroom, despite the fact that I was tucked into my parents' bed after nightmares. She said I wouldn't answer her, and when she came back out of the bathroom, I was gone. Friends who spent the night would see me walking through the kitchen only to sit up and see that I was still fast asleep beside them on the couch. My father, who doesn't believe in the paranormal at all, insists that he once was even speaking to me while I was sitting on the couch, and I wouldn't even look at him. Apparently, I just stood up and walked away without acknowledging him. I wasn't even home when this happened. Questions and stories about my house's ghost. My house is haunted by what we believe is an 8 to 10-year-old boy who wears old-fashioned clothing and a cap that my nan says because he likes to look at himself in her mirror. And when he's close enough to an old cigar-like smell appears, and he doesn't like anything to do with the monarchy or politics. When we were watching the Queen's funeral, we think that he's glitching the TV and he doesn't like that my Paddington Bear figure I had was standing on my wardrobe, and he always used to turn it around or make it flat on its back, until one day he threw it, so we came up to the compromise of having Paddington face down. He always used to turn around, my granddad's Winston Churchill statue. He used to take my clothes, and I had a pair of jungle animal pants that went missing for a year and then just showed up neatly folded on my shelf. We don't know much about that little boy, but he's been here for a long time, I'd say 25 plus years, because he's been here since my nan bought the house. And if I had to guess, maybe World War I or World War II time? My area was heavily bombed and my neighboring streets were flattened. Is there any way I can find out more about him? How can I make sure he's happy in this house? Do you think his parents or family will also be here? I think he's all alone because he's so young. I'm looking for info on what's been happening to me. I have something that's messing with me and my fiance, and I'm looking for really any info anybody can give. There's two main parts of what's been going on that might be connected, but I can see it being two separate entities. I live in Arizona, and back in October or November of last year, my dad was nearing the end of his life. My lady and I were driving home, and we seen a skinwalker walk right across the road in front of us. Had to be around 6'5" and looked like a coyote deer person, and so skinny, almost like part of it was missing. Because the only way I can describe it is that it was on 2 feet, then dropped to all 4. It was such an intimidating feeling, and we both felt it. And what we seen for a minute before asking each other if we had seen it. About a week later, I was home early from work and I was folding clothes with the bedroom door open. And I and our 4 dogs distinctly heard my fiance's voice call out, "Babe, I'm home," and the door close. Me and the dogs all ran to the living room, but she wasn't there. Her car wasn't in the garage, but I know I wasn't crazy because all 4 dogs are looking at me confused and looking for their mom. I call her and she's coincidentally passing the spot that we seen it. Fast forward to December, my dad's body was shutting down from cancer, and the week before he passed, we seen the skinwalker the second time, same spot. Same walk, same appearance. My dad passed away on Christmas, and I feel like I should include that we think his spirit came and visited for the next few days after. Just a peaceful feeling. I have his recliner, and it was like someone was sitting on it. The coffee pot jumped on the counter, footsteps, whiffs of his aftershave out of thin air, and our dogs were just watching and reacting to something that we couldn't see. I don't want to leave anything out as I have, sort of multiple working theories on what it was and why whatever it has chosen to mess with us. After that, nothing happened. No activity. January through May. May rolls around and stuff starts happening again. I'm at work and I get a call from my fiance, very concerned and asking me if I'm home because she was in the house and heard my voice call our dog's name, Scout, in a sing-songy kind of voice that I used to greet him with. All the dogs were looking for me, and we both described an uncomfortable feeling with all our hair standing up in goosebumps during each of our encounters. Since then, we've seen a shadow person watching us, probably 10 times, scaring the dogs. Heard voices that we can't make out exactly. What are they saying? And tonight, I'm laying in bed with the TV on, looking at my phone. I see behind my phone screen in front of a TV a dark mist appeared. My dog seen it and jumped up barking at it. 20 minutes later, every smoke detector goes off in my house for about 20 or 30 seconds. Then all shut off at the same time. Checked every battery and everything's good. I want to add that we bought a 5th-wheel camper, that we lived in it for 2 years, and in May, when all this started happening, we started remodeling it to sell it. We had bought a house in November and needed the money for a trip for the first week of June. I can't say anything happened to me in the camper. We had some strange noises. In the corner of my eye, stuff sure, but never thought anything of it. My lady, on the other hand, never said me about it until just a month ago, but she said that she's seen things a few times in that camper. So like I said, I just need ideas on what and why. We just found out that we're having a baby and I don't want to have this happening. I don't know if the possible skinwalker is connected to the shadow figures and mists, and the voices, or honestly, I don't know about any of it. I will say I feel drained now, like I did when we lived in that camper. I don't know. I was saved from an accident. 19th of May, 2021. It was a very sad day for me. One of my cousins, who's also my best friend, unexpectedly passed away just a week prior to what would have been his 26th birthday. I decided to drive to his family to offer condolences and be with them during this difficult time. It was a long drive from one end of the country to the other. Along the journey, I was driving across a long, empty stretch of road. It was the early hours in the next morning now, and the car was in cruise control, and I was feeling pretty sleepy. I wanted to get out of there in order to find a side road and rest, but my sat-nav was telling me that I'd have to keep driving for about another 20 minutes. I tried to stay awake as best as I could, but it had been a very intense day, and something that had never happened to me happened. I started to fall asleep behind the wheel. I fell into a vivid dreamlike state where I was still semi-conscious, but barely. I had some strange dream and vision that I had a car accident along the same road and I was looking at my destroyed vehicle from a third-person view. My car was also on fire and I was trapped inside of it. I felt a strange sadness and goosebumps when I looked at the scene from the third-person perspective. Suddenly, I heard a panicked, loud voice of a stranger. "Wake up!" It sounded like a young man, and I had a sense of urgency to it, too. I got shook and woke up immediately. I got extremely shocked as if someone was in the back of the car. I turned back immediately and my car swerved a little, and then I turned to face forward. I noticed that I was speeding towards a temporary red traffic light with 2 or 3 cars parked behind it, 100 yards out. The visibility of the road had been poor, but the road prior to this was empty. I didn't notice any cars in front of me before then. I don't know where they came from, as there was no adjacent slip road leading into the temporary lights the cars could have just slipped in from. I managed to get out of the area, parked my car at a service station, checked my car including the trunk to make sure no one was in there, and then I rested for a few hours. I just had my first real experience, and I'm terrified. It's 5 a.m. right now, and this happened at about 4:30 a.m. I'm in bed with my boyfriend, and my dog wakes us up barking and running to the front door. We both groggily call out to her to come back, and as she came back, in the dark of the doorway, I thought I could make out the form of a child confidently strolling up to the door. I yell out a little bit from surprise, and only partially to my boyfriend. "Oh my God, what the fuck?" And the figure I thought I saw was of a dissipated sort of a thing, and it swooshed to the left toward the spare room door, which is directly next to the bedroom door to the left. And I had left it closed. My boyfriend is asking what happened and what's wrong, so I'm telling him what I thought was there, saying that it must have just been my brain making shapes from the bathroom door. As I'm saying this, the same childlike form peeks around the doorway, like it was bending from the hips and peering in at us. I scream again. "No, there's somebody there, I swear, there's something really, really there." And the figure stands back up straight, turns, and quickly walks away back toward the front door. I could see it bobbing like it was really walking. I was fully expecting to hear the front door, but nothing came. Boyfriend went out with my light to go look around, and sure enough, nothing's out there. Front door is locked. We turned on some lights and I asked him to come up with me to get some sage from the living room. We do, and when I get back to my cabinet of sage, crystals, and incense, I ask if he's touched anything over there. He said no. My incense plate holder was upside down. I swear I saw it. I've never seen anything like that before. I'm not a stranger to the paranormal, but this was the first time anything truly happened to me. The weirdest part is how my cat and my dog, after the initial bark and run, weren't bothered in the slightest. Dog had run back and hopped into bed, got cozy, and the cat just laid on his bed and wondered why we were freaking out. Cat's in my doorway, and now he's happy as a clam. If that's anything to go by, then I'd say it's not something harmful or negative. However, it made me so incredibly uncomfortable. I did walk through the apartment with Sage. I told whatever it was that it wasn't welcome here and needed to leave. I have almost all the lights on now. My boyfriend's back to sleep, and I'm staying up until my alarm at 7. Please, I've seen so many videos, I've heard so many stories, but having it literally at my door has me feeling like my body's on ice, and I'm trying to rationalize what I feel, and it can't be rationalized. I'm all about you can see shapes in the dark explanations, but in my experience, those shapes don't move. Ask Reddit. I was quite a firm unbeliever of anything ghost-related until I moved into an old 19th century converted house. It was converted into 4 flats. From the first day, I never liked going into the hallway to the point where I would walk quite quickly to the bathroom if I had to go in the middle of the night, and everyone else who came to the flat felt the same thing when they were in there. We would play poker, and the person with their back to the hallway would always be looking over his shoulder if the door was left open. We'd always have stuff move that we were sure was left in a specific place. Obviously, we just thought that we were being absent-minded, so after a month or so, electronic toys used to start going off in my son's room in the middle of the night when he wasn't staying with me. Things that aren't turned on, but that are activated by moving them or picking them up. Needless to say, I didn't like going to check on them when I did. As soon as I opened the door, they would stop. So I used to set up a camera in there and have it film on the torch. I'd leave it running, and every time I went back to it, sure enough, the light was on. Wish I still had those videos. I only ever caught the light going on and nothing else. No ghostly figures or anything, just the light switch on. I used to do it for dinner guests whenever they came round and never really was disappointed. I even remember using a keyring torch of a friend once. Then after a few more months of this going on, my partner at the time and I were sitting watching TV and we heard a beeping noise. Didn't think too much of it and we carried on watching TV. I needed bathroom break after a few minutes and got up, noticing a glow coming from the kitchen. When I went in there, the microwave was microwaving away with nothing in it. I can only assume the beeping was the microwave timer button being pressed. I wish I could say that it's a faulty microwave, but I've still got it today and it's not done since I left. Or rather, not done it. I also remember waking up in the middle of the night having the covers pulled down on the end of the bed. I remember thinking that it was my partner pulling the covers by moving in her sleep, but she was completely still. I do remember pulling them back up, and there was resistance. Couldn't bring myself to look at the bottom. Ask Reddit. I hate ghost stories, and being a natural skeptic, I read stories like these and immediately think, these are bullshit. But that's just built in my defense mechanism. And that said, I never wanted to believe in the existence of such a thing until I had my own experience. An old girlfriend of mine and I went to visit some friends who had recently purchased a new home in Chicago. It was one of your typical Chicago-style bungalow homes. So the guy's showing me around the house and everything is pretty standard fare until he says, "Let's go check out the wine cellar." "You have a wine cellar? Sweet." So we go into one of the bedrooms, and in the closet, there's this small half-sized door with locks on it to lock it in a manner so nothing that's downstairs can come up into the house. We open the door and it leads down into a full-sized basement. At first, I thought it was just really cool, and then I started to ask why the only way into the basement was through this weird door in the closet. My friend had no clue, but he didn't really think anything of it. I recall feeling kind of strange and uncomfortable down there. And later on that evening, we all went out for dinner and drinks and returned to the house to catch some sleep. They had 2 couches that my girlfriend and I were asleep on. Now, it's not uncommon that when I'm sleeping somewhere for the first time that I have a difficult time falling to sleep. So I'm lying there on the couch just staring at the ceiling and listening to my friends busily moving around in the back of the house. Or so I thought. After lying there for what seemed like a couple of hours, listening to all these back and forth footsteps and the sounds of a door opening and closing, I decided to get up and go see our friends and if they were still awake. When I got to their bedroom door, I realized that everybody was very much asleep. At first I was a bit freaked out, so I went back to my couch, pulled the blanket up to my chin and just laid there with my eyes wide open. More noises. By the time I heard the doorknob of the front door turning, which was only a few feet away from where I was lying, I literally just started laughing. I had no idea what else to do. I wasn't scared, I was just kind of blown away by how surreal it all was. Finally, I drifted off to sleep, The next morning I woke up very groggy and my girlfriend was already sitting up on the couch across from me. As soon as her friend walked into the room, the first thing that she said was, "Dude, your house is totally haunted." I couldn't believe it, but the whole time she was hearing the same thing as I. When we tried to talk to her friends about it at breakfast, they absolutely refused to discuss it. That was the last time that we stayed there. Spooky stories from my family. Story number 1. My cousin passed away from a motorcycle accident and died on impact. He passed away at 4 a.m. That same night, my mother woke up to this figure at the end of her bed. The figure had skeleton hands and was praying. A couple of hours after my family and I woke up, we received a phone call from my cousin's close family to tell us that he had passed away at 4 a.m. My mother went cold once realizing that the figure she saw had to mean something. I couldn't sleep that night because I felt like someone was watching me. Story number 2. This is a story that's not from my post. The house we grew up in was basically haunted, and the person that was affected the most was my female cousin Anne. At night, Anne's bedroom would be lit by the moonlight. This day, as Anne was falling asleep, she was woken up by the shadow underneath the moonlight. Her first instinct was to call for her mother, but she didn't pick up. Anne was determined to leave her room as soon as possible. As she walked away from her room, she decided to put her back against the wall and walk sideways so her back wasn't facing anybody or anything. As she started to walk, Anne felt followed and watched. Once she got to her mother's room, she explained everything. Anne's mother knew that the house had some sort of activity. Before this instance, Anne was in her bedroom. A dream catcher began to sway back and forth, with no window open or fan on. There was no way for the dream catcher to move so aggressively. Anne's mother barged in and started cursing. Although Anne had not told her mother what was happening, she knew for some reason. The dream catcher stopped moving instantly. Story number 4. Apparently, we're skipping story number 3. I never met my mother's parents because I was too young to understand death. My mother never explained why I hadn't met her parents. I would sleep with my parents often because I would get scared of sleeping by myself. I randomly woke up screaming. My mother was next to me and she asked me what was going on. I told her I saw a man next to her bathroom. She asked me to describe the man. When I did, she showed me a picture of her dad and asked if it was him. The man I saw next to my mom's bathroom was her dead dad that I'd never seen before. Story number 5. Spirits. When my dad took anatomy in the 1980s, it's hard to truly really understand or see bone structure since skeletons were hard to get for school. In my country, grave robbing wasn't a crime at the time. My dad and some of his classmates decided to go to the cemetery at night and find freshly dug graves to study bones. While he was looking for good-looking bones, his friend alerted my dad because he saw a guy with a flashlight who they thought was the nighttime guard. Once hiding, the person with the flashlight disappeared and they saw a crowd of people with what seemed like a reunion. This was obviously weird because it was midnight. People disappeared and my dad, a skeptic, didn't know what to do. His friend ran out and climbed the gate. Dark, shadowy Fresno night crawlerish encounter in Denmark. I was walking home from work yesterday after dusk, yet it was still somewhat light outside, as during these times in Denmark, the light persists for quite long, and at 3 separate occasions encountered and heard something strange that I can't fully comprehend or explain logically. The first one was about a 50 centimeter tall, a guesstimate, shadowy, dark bipedal figure running at a high speed away from me, which I only saw in the corner of my eye. I didn't pay much attention to it. 300 meters further, I saw what at first appeared to be a human in dark clothes walking around 20 or 30 meters in front of me. But when I took a better look, it seemed like it was just legs up to around knee height. After I realized what I had seen, and just couldn't make any logical conclusion of it, it turned to the left and walked through a tree line, after which it seemed to have switched to 4 legs and disappeared by the time I walked where it had been standing previously. What's even weirder is the fact that there's nowhere to hide in that area, and I had clear vision of where it should have gone. I'd even checked where it went into the tree line. It vanished. At this point, I felt eerie and creeped out, as there usually are not really many people walking around. But it happens. Though they're always sort of fully visible and they never disappear. The third time was almost at my house door, where I had heard rustling and movement in the bushes, where cats usually hide. But they don't usually make such loud noises. The thing that I saw disappears into the tree line, somewhat resembling a Fresno nightcrawler. But it had human legs and it was dark, black, and shadowy. This was the Copenhagen metropolitan area, if it helps anyhow. Late night TV watcher. Years ago, I lived in a cute little spot in a benign, safe neighborhood. The spot was recently built, maybe 1 or 2 years old, and I was thrilled to sign the lease in the area. My residence was basically the size of a studio, but with a walled-off bedroom. All the neighbors were great and everything was excellent, but from the day I moved in, I was not at ease. I've always been solitary and I lived and stayed and camped in some of the more questionable places, so I couldn't put my finger on why a trendy, well-built new residence would give me a feeling of dread and discomfort. I would sit on my couch and feel constantly watched. If I took a nap, I would wake extremely anxious. I started sleeping with the lights on for no other reason than the pitch black just kind of felt weird. I started spending more and more time at my partner's place, so these feelings of unease I just chalked up to not wanting to be alone or being busy and looking forward to plans. Cut to a few months into my lease. The feelings of unease are daily, and I'm waking up consistently in the middle of the night with unprovoked anxiety. One night in particular will always stand out to me. I had a small TV in my bedroom I would occasionally watch movies or shows on. 2 or 3 in the morning. Sounds cheesy, but I promise that was the time that my TV was on. I groped around the remote, assuming that my cat had walked over it. I turned the TV off and closed my eyes. Seconds later, the TV clicked back on. Instinctually, I stayed still, not wanting to believe that it turned back on. I found the remote on a nightstand, and again clicked it off. This time pulling the batteries out, thinking that the power button was sticky. In defiance, the TV turned back within 30 seconds, but this time the screen was entirely white, unlike the standard Roku homepage. I popped up, said to the air something along the lines of, "Absolutely not," or maybe "knock it off," and I unplugged the TV. I never experimented, with the TV, and I'm thankfully in the next month I'm moving into a different residence. I even got rid of the TV, assuming that at best it had an electrical failure, and at worst it was some sort of unintentional portal. It's been 12 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. When I was 19, my uncle asked me to stay with him for the summer. He had just bought a home in rural Pennsylvania, farmland out in Amish country. The home and property were pretty run down, so he was paying me to stay with him for the summer and working on fixing things up. It was a large old home and had 2 staircases. One small one in the back part of the house that led directly into his bedroom, and then the main staircase by the front door that led to the other bedrooms. Being a teenager, I used to stay up downstairs watching TV after he had gone to bed. After a few weeks, I started to get a weird feeling being alone at night. I would just start to feel like there was someone else downstairs. Sometimes I would think I had heard someone whispering. I would get slightly paranoid and find myself glancing in the direction of the adjacent room. And it had nothing but just a couple of chairs in it. I chalked it up to the fact that maybe it was just an unfamiliar house, and it gets incredibly dark out there in the middle of nowhere. As time went on, my uncomfortable and scared feelings started escalating. It's hard to explain, but I had that uncanny feeling of being watched when I was alone at night. There were times when I would get up and go to the other rooms downstairs and turn on the lights just to look and make myself feel better. I eventually just stopped staying up downstairs and would just go up to my room and read. Not long after, the sense of someone else being present began following me into my room, which hadn't been the case before. It was like one moment everything was normal and I was happily reading or lying in bed, and then I would get this weighty feeling of something entering the room and watching me. I just tried to ignore it, and I'd eventually fall asleep. Things continued to escalate. The presence started following me into my room virtually every night. I would immediately notice because there would be that weighty change in the feeling of the room, and the temperature also seemed to get colder. I would lie in bed at night and hear whispering or breathing in the room, and I started sleeping with the lights on. This next part is the point in the story that the title of my post is alluding to. One night I was lying on my bed with the lights on, reading. I was pretty tired from work that we did that day, and I was falling asleep earlier than usual. Everything was normal in the room at this point, and I felt relieved because I just wanted to get a good night's sleep. I set my book down and drifted off to sleep. Sometime later, I started to be awakened by a strange sound. Lying there with my eyes closed, I could hear something that sounded like rubbing. It wasn't loud, but just this constant, faint rubbing sound coming from nearby. I regained consciousness enough to think, "What's that?" And when I came to, I was opening my eyes, and I looked down toward my chest. I had been sleeping on my back, and I found my left arm extended straight up into the air, reaching toward the ceiling. The rubbing sound was my own fingers. They were being played with. My fingers were being bent and manipulated, and the sound was the skin of my fingers rubbing against each other. Directly above my hand was what I can only describe as a black mist or fog, maybe 2.5 or 3 feet wide. Having just woken up, what was happening didn't really immediately register. I lay there staring at my hand and the mist for a few seconds, confused. I think this was compounded by the fact that I couldn't feel my hand, so it almost seemed like it wasn't even happening to me. Then, like a bolt of lightning, a jolt of pure terror shot through my entire body. I had never felt terror before. I had been afraid in my life, but I didn't know what terror was until this moment. I think horror movies actually do a pretty good job of recreating how it feels, with the disorienting camera angles and music, like the famous score from Psycho. I yanked my arm back and sprang back like a cornered animal sitting up at the head of the bed, my back and arms pinned up against the wall as I stared at this mist. It just slowly faded away and then it was gone. That's my experience. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I replayed it over and over in my head. Did that actually happen? Was I dreaming? I must have been dreaming, but I'm sitting here awake. The sheets kicked off my bed from when I sprang back. It happened so clearly. No, it was real. This really happened, but what could have it been? It couldn't have. I decided to tell my uncle the next day. I had mentioned previously that I got creeped out hanging out downstairs alone, but that was the extent that he knew up until this point. He actually believed me, or pretended to, and said that he got weird feelings in the house at times as well. He told me that the previous owner had been an elderly man that passed away. At this point, I only had a couple more weeks left at his place before I needed to head home and get ready for the next year at college. I tried to stick it out, but after 2 entirely sleepless nights, I told him I was heading back home early and left. He ended up moving for work a couple years later. And I didn't visit him once at that house for a family Thanksgiving, but I didn't even sleep there. I know this is an incredibly long post, and if you made it this far, thank you. People who have had experiences or have knowledge on the topic, do you have any thoughts? I've never had any paranormal experiences before this, and didn't really think about ghosts or whether they were real or not. I certainly never thought that they'd be able to physically interact with me. And as you can probably guess, I'm a firm believer now, but haven't had any other experiences, and I hope not to. Step into a world where the paranormal takes center stage. Paranormal M is your backstage pass to real encounters with the supernatural. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to join us on this thrilling, otherworldly adventure. The second room in the basement. I've never really had any reason to be truly scared, and looking back, there isn't one experience I can think of that truly terrified me. I've jumped countless times from sudden loud noises or catching something move in my peripheral vision, but I cannot really ever fully say that I screamed or I shouted, but maybe that's because I'm not a very outspoken person anyway, and I'd rather mask my feelings from others. I lost my eldest daughter once. She was 2, and we were in a B&Q, it's a hardware store. They have model bathrooms and kitchens there. And there, I'm admiring some taps or tiles or whatever it was, and I turn around to the shower, and she was just messing around in there, and then poof, gone. That was pretty terrifying, but I wasn't scared, more frantic. Here's the full disclosure. I found her taking a dump on one of the display toilets. Not my proudest moment of having to tell the employee that they needed a cleanup in aisle 6. Anyway, so I haven't ever really been terrified, except once. It happened back when I was 17. I'd left school that summer and had 6 weeks before starting college. It was baking hot in the small rural town that I lived in, situated pretty much in the middle of England. It's an old coal mining town and a bit of British history here. All the mines were closed down, which disseminated both the economy and job opportunities of the small pit towns throughout the country. Back to my town. If you're old enough, or at least old enough to spend your time, you'd spend it in the local pubs. If you're not into having anything else to do, you just roam the streets, seeking your own entertainment. Me and my friends were the latter. On the main road through town, away from other houses, stood a dilapidated house known as the O'Briens, a 4-story, 6-bedroom mansion compared to all the other houses in town. There was an old couple who lived there, who at this point had passed away some years prior, and it was called, you guessed it, the O'Briens. They had 2 daughters who had moved abroad and had never claimed the house, so it just sat for years. Building just up, dust, and rotted away. Perfect opportunity for somewhere cool, private, and exciting for 6 teenagers to hang out. The house had a ridiculously big backyard, which was equally ridiculously overgrown. It literally took us a good part of the day to stomp down a pathway through the nettles and brush, and once through, there was a garage that we could basically drop down into, which we pulled off the roof of to gain access. We spent nearly all summer in that house, hanging out, graffitiing the walls, drinking, smoking. But there was one room that eluded us. From the garage, you headed through a kitchen, which now only consists of a broken window that had been boarded up and a damaged set of cabinets on the back wall. You then stepped into a hallway, which looked right through the front door, with a bathroom and 2 other large rooms on the left-hand side. On the right were the stairs to the 2nd floor. The staircase was built against a wall and had a wooden plank running vertical. Directly opposite the kitchen door, built into the back of the staircase, was a large metal door that had been painted white. The paint now a sickly yellow dusty color and flaky. This door was locked. It simply wouldn't budge, and looking at the hinges, it opened inwards. The house was big enough that we just kind of forgot about the locked door. We'd spend most days up in the 2 rooms of the 3rd floor, away from the roadside outside, to avoid any passerbys hearing us and phoning the cops. That was until one of the lads decided, for no apparent reason, to light the moth-ridden curtain on fire with a Zippo that he was messing with. The curtain, dust-covered carpet, and old crinkled wallpaper went up in seconds. We only made it out by smashing the top window and jumping onto a dirt mound on the right side of the garage. I think if adrenaline hasn't been coursing through us, it would have been a hell of a painful fall. We hid in some bushes over the road and watched the fire engine pull out and put out all the flames. But before that could even happen, it engulfed the 2nd and 3rd floor. The 2nd was still usable once we had the courage to re-enter the house, but the 3rd floor was gone. Just the outer walls and what was left of the roof. Shame, really. So we were confined to the bottom floor. The garage was too dark to see in and only had an old table, and you'd normally use that to put paste on wallpaper. We used it to get in and out of the roof. The kitchen wasn't much brighter, and the front room had a big window that overlooked the footpath and the road outside, so that left us a small, bleak back room to chill in, which got boring very quickly. Boredom led to curiosity, and I noticed that one of the wooden planks on the side of the stairs was loose, and that there was an open space behind it. Finally, we could see what was behind the metal door. What a mistake that was. They say curiosity killed the cat, but in this instance, it questioned my whole belief. The wooden panels were surprisingly hard to pull off even for 6 fairly athletic teenagers, so we went out scouting and brought back a few torches and a crowbar. It was still a slog, but we finally managed to remove 2.5 of the panels. Shining the light into the hole revealed another staircase that led downwards, yet it looked as though it was decades older than the rest of the house. Cobwebs engulfed every surface, and the stench of musk and damp attacked your nostrils. If you got anywhere near the hole, that is. After some giddy behavior, some pushing and shoving, and a game of 6-man rock, paper, scissors, I grabbed a torch and slowly stuck my head through the hole. The room was darker than dark, so dark that the beam from the torch could be seen cutting through the blackness. I shone it down the staircase first. It went down deep. The hole we had made was maybe 4 or 5 steps from the door, and there were at least 25 below it. At the bottom, a wall and a doorway to the left. I swung the torch to the right toward the metal door, not expecting to see what I saw at all. The door was definitely locked tight, with 3 separate deadlocks that ran down the side, all barred. But what caught me by surprise was on the small lip of the top step, pushed firmly against the door. It was a really outdated fridge. The ones that were all squared and about waist high. I told the lads to stand beside me, and they just laughed, thinking I was joking. One by one, they stuck their head in the hole, checked out the bottom of the stairs, and then the fridge. Each one as confused as myself. I remember sitting down, smoking a cigarette, and debating how and why would it be there. The door clearly opened inwards, which meant the door must have been locked from the inside. Then somehow the fridge put up against it from the inside as well. We spent the rest of the day checking the garage and the surrounding area of the house for a trap door or another entrance or exit to the cellar, but couldn't find anything. We put it down to the sheer size and state of the garden and went home. The next few visits to the house was us trying to decide who would enter the cellar first. No one wanted to. No matter how many games of rock, paper, scissors we played, it was always best out of the higher number, until one day I'd had enough. We were sat in a circle in the other room, messing with stuff and just generally chatting. Except me. I just sat and stared at that hole, this dark void in the wall. Finally, I got up, exclaimed my intentions, took the torch from my pocket and stepped inside. Everyone else quickly and very excitedly followed. Immediately, the first few layers of the wooden steps just disintegrated under my feet. They turned into a mulch of damp splinters that clung to the sole of my shoe when I lifted my foot. It was worrying, but the stairs seemed sturdy enough. Each step I took downwards, the temperature dropped rapidly and the air seemed to get thicker and thicker. The inches of dust that I kicked up didn't help. Admittedly, I was a bit scared, but I had 5 other lads behind me, so it was impossible to turn tail now. I headed down and reached the second to last step, and I could see the doorway, which led to an open room. Pausing, I regained my courage with a few shaky, deep breaths and stepped through. The room was in a worse state than the stairs. Webs littered the rafters and floorboards above like moss. They hung from the ceilings in clumps, all tarnished with dust. And weirdly, thinking about it, we never saw any spiders, though. The floor was carpeted in a layer of debris from the rotting wood above, dust and dirt. It was a miracle that none of us fell through the floor above. This place was a mess. The room was huge, expanding underneath the bathroom in both rooms on the first floor, and it was dark. There was no light source other than the torches that 3 of us carried. The room stood empty except a wooden table, smack bang in the middle, no chairs, nothing around it. But on it stood a metal plate, crudely bashed into shape with the remnants of black goo on it. Next to the plate stood a tall, uncorked green bottle. One of the boys went over and picked it up. It sloshed as he did so, with a liquid of deep brown and layers of dirt inside. I never smelled it, but apparently it was putrid. At first, we didn't see the other doorway. It was just in the corner directly opposite, the one that we had just entered. No door, just total darkness. We tried to shine our torches through it, but they didn't seem to cut through the shadows. It was like there was actually a door there, one that drained the torchlight. For some reason, I didn't muster the courage to go into that room, and neither did anyone else. We simply turned and left, feeling like we'd had enough of an adventure for that day. Over the next week or so, we invited girls and other friends to the house, but all refused to enter the basement. We found this pretty hilarious and would dare one another, more to show off than anything, to go down there either on our own or in pairs without a flashlight and see how long we could stay down there. Now, not once did I get scared while I stood in complete darkness down there. It was kind of calming, but none of us ever got the courage to enter the other room, and in hindsight, we should have questioned more why the door was metal, or why it was locked from the inside, and how a fridge got up the stairs and placed in the front door as a barrier from the inside also. But, full of excitement and immaturity, it never crossed our minds. We just assumed that there would be some sort of other exit to the other room which led to the garden. Word quickly went round through the year that Groups and the O'Brien was in the basement. Or I guess I'm assuming that people were in their basement, which was us, and we definitely fed the rumors of it being haunted. Teenagers would ask us how to get into the house and for us to show them the barricade and the door in the basement. So, because we thought we were cool, we spent another day making a maze in the garden, squashing pathways down that led away from the garage. We would then invite people into the house, lead them through the garden into the garage, and show them the hole in the stairs. It got quite popular, and we decided to cash in on the opportunity. We told people that if they wanted to see the basement, then they would have to go through an initiation. As they came in, we would have one person sit on the fridge and another at the bottom of the stairs, both with torches, and send people into the first room, telling them that they had to stay there for 10 minutes with the torches turned off, and then we would let them out. This went on for a while, and it was fun at first. A lot of people bottled it as soon as the torches were turned off. I'm assuming that, I don't really know what that means, but anyway. but some stayed. We'd cheer them back up the stairs when they completed it. It was a cheesy little ritual that we created, but still, everyone refused to go into the other room when questioned. They just said that they didn't feel comfortable, until my little brother and his friend came. They were two years younger than us, and initially we refused to let anyone who wasn't our age into the house. We were all there at the time, and there were 6 of us in that friend group. So it was pretty easy to deter people away if they managed to find the entrance at the garage. But after constant pestering and the initial curiosity of others dwindling, we decided to invite them along. We made a big deal out of it, taking them to the dilapidated fence at the back of the garden and tying their jumpers around their faces as we led them blind through the maze of shrubbery and thorns to the garage. It was a decent drop from the hole in the roof, and even though my brother managed it, his friend had to be lowered down by his arms. Once inside, they were met with a stench of smoke that lingered from the floors above. We walked them through the kitchen and showed them the makeshift entrance to the basement. We told them the story of the metal door and how it didn't make much sense, and it gave them the option of staying in the room in pitch black for 10 minutes, or go in the second room in pitch black for 5 minutes, an offer a lot of people initially picked until they got down the staircase. The quote-unquote second room, they said in unison, and we all laughed, expecting them to change their minds immediately. One of the lads slipped through the hole in the wooden boards and turned right, heading up the stairs and positioning himself on the fridge. I went through the next and positioned myself at the foot of the stairs. I'd just like to say at this point, all of us regulars felt completely comfortable going down to the bottom of the stairs practically alone. We'd all taken turns when bringing people down here and had done it numerous times each, so this time was no different. There was a giddy, nervous atmosphere when the 2 youngsters entered the staircase. The torches that we were using were cheap ones that we'd gotten from the market, so they cast an eerie yellow glow. Slowly, my brother and his friend made it down the stairs, clearly attempting to show face and act unmoved by the state of the rotten, decaying wood around them. But as they trenched through the mulch, they stuck close together. They took their time, so much so that the guy at the top shouted at them to hurry and both nearly shit their pants. When they finally got to me, I told them that this was the first room, shining the torch around the room through the doorway, and that they were to go into the next one, aiming my beam through the darkness to the frame of the other door. The room was a decent size, and as stated, the torches were cheap, but I remember taking notice that the beam that cut through the first room never seemed to illuminate the second room at all, as if there was an object obstructing its path. My brother's friend walked into the room, and as my brother walked past me, I grabbed his shoulder and told him that he didn't have to do this, and if he did, then he could come back out whenever. With a nod and a dismissive wave, he followed his friend. They crossed the room past the table and disappeared through the second doorway, as if walking through a dark stage curtain. I hit the button on my Casio watch to start the countdown from 5 minutes. I then aimed the beam of my torch up the staircase. The guy sitting on the fridge smiled excitedly and looked at his watch. "I really need to piss, dude. I'll be right back," he said, jumping down and disappearing back through the gap. I stood at the bottom of those steps for what seemed like forever. I could hear the faint giggles from across the first room. They seemed muffled, as if hearing voices from behind a door. "How long left?" my brother's voice said. 3.5 minutes, I replied, checking my watch. Now, in the basement, despite it obviously being underground, there was never an uncomfortable temperature. It was colder than upstairs, but had no bite. There was never a chill, and while being down there countless amounts of times, not once had any of us felt any sort of breeze. But, and this is a memory that still haunts me a little bit, especially when there's a sudden shift in temperature, I noticed that I became very cold at the bottom of the stairs, to the point where I could see my breath when checking the time against the light of my watch face. The mumbles from the other room had also stopped. I tried to focus on them, see if I could hear any movement or the nervous noises that they had been making before, but nothing. I remember getting freaked out, and I don't really know what it was about, but I could feel my heart beating faster. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. I turned on the torch and stepped into the first room. "Yo, you guys all right?" I called out. Nothing, no reply. "Oh, stop fucking around, time's up," I called again, and again no reply. I shone the torch through the doorway of the second room, but just like before, it was as if the beam cut through the first room and then stopped at the doorway. I crept closer, calling my brother's name, but he never replied. Then, as clear as day, so loud it hurt my ears after the silence, a voice, deep, brash, and distorted, as if the sound had been twisted, bellowed, "Leave now!" I froze on the spot, eyes fixated on the doorway. Then, emerging from the gloom, ran my brother and his friend, both as white as snow, both with tears and snot streaming down their faces. The look of pure terror on their faces is something I'll never be able to get rid of. They bolted straight past me, which snapped me out of the trance, and I followed suit. Before we could reach the doorway to the stairs, the sound of crashing came from the stairwell. 4 ridiculously loud bangs and the noise of snapping wood. The fridge was embedded into the wall at the bottom of the staircase, and without stopping, we all scrambled over it. The staircase itself was a complete mess, large splinters of wood stuck up like spikes. Luckily, and I don't know how, we managed to clamber up on our hands and feet without injury. Halfway up, I looked toward the hole in the wall, praying that it would be in reaching distance. Both the young lads were in front of me, both sobbing and screaming. Both ran straight past the hole in the wall. The metal door, locked before with no key when we looked anywhere for it, stood open. Light from the garage exit spilled through the kitchen and down into the basement, as if it showed us the quickest way out. Instinct had set in by this point, and all 3 of us darted through the door, onto the table, and up through the garage. My brother's friend, too small to get down on his own, managed to get out without help. We ran through the garden maze, and at some point I had to grab hold of my brother to stop him from going down one of the many dead ends that we had created, and without word, took the lead. We raced to the fence, squeezed through the hole, and collapsed on the field behind the property. I looked around, and there, also sat on the grass, staring at the 3 of us, was everyone else who had been in the house. No one said a word. Everyone looked as scared as each other. Except for the 2 younger boys, they wept for a long time. And actually, as we all just sat there in silence, we let them do it. Once they had stopped, we all got up without a word and went home. My brother said nothing to me on the way, or when we got back. He went into his room. I went into mine, and that was the end of that. No one went into the house again. It stood for a year or 2, and then it was demolished. Apparently, one of the daughters had finally come over and claimed the land, only to sell it to some new build project. Now, a group of houses sit where the garden and the house were. Nice-looking houses, to be fair. My brother still refuses to walk past that estate. They never built on the land directly above the cellar. Apparently, and I've never really confirmed it, but the builders refused to fill the cellar in for some reason. They just bricked it up and left it as an open space, despite being able to fit a perfectly good house on there. We only brought it up once within the friend group, and only because I convinced myself that it had been one of them that had opened the door somehow and moved the fridge. But they all swore it wasn't. They said that as soon as it started getting really cold in the house that they got spooked. They heard the voice and headed for the kitchen, noticed the door was open, and they heard the loud bangs and bolted. I tried asking my brother about the room, but he completely shut down when I did. He quickly stopped being friends with the kid who went down with him. Said they no longer had anything relevant to talk about. The pictures show the house after the fire, and you can see the smashed window from the fire brigade and the black from the smoke around the top windows. The garage is behind. Can't see it in the photo. The other photos of the cleared land, and the last picture of the new build with the obvious patch of grass where the basement would be. Hitchhiker on the highway. Ghost hitchhiker. My parents, mom, and stepdad were both truck drivers. They operated as a team, meaning that they worked in the same semi and drove at different times. I lived with my grandparents most of my childhood, but some summers my mom would pick me up and we would go see the country as she worked. One day we were outside of Atlanta, Georgia, and we saw a car being worked on. It was a 2000s model Toyota that was beige in color. The odd thing about the people changing this tire was readily apparent to anyone who had eyes. They were all dressed in period-accurate Nazi uniforms. Towards the hood of this car, standing tall and looking out towards the interstate, was a man clearly meant to be Adolf Hitler. He was surrounded by two other men in what I assumed to be Nazi officer clothes. I would never claim these people to be ghosts. In fact, I'm almost certain that they were acting for maybe a reenactment or maybe a play or something, remaining in character on the interstate. I'm just saying that it was a weird thing to see and to start my day with, and that whole day was about to get worse. That night, my stepdad was driving, and I was restless in the passenger seat beside him. He's a cool guy, and we still talk to this day. He was talking about playing D&D with his buddies in the 90s, when I saw someone step onto the interstate in front of our truck. I pointed and said something urgently, and what he saw was only a second to try to stop, but we were clearly too late. A few seconds go by and we both noticed that there was no thud or feeling of hitting something. A few minutes pass and we both kind of chuckle it off as a weird occurrence. He turns on some music and tries to forget about it. I'm pretty sure. And our radio cut out abruptly very soon after, and we hear a voice say, "Alex is here." I'm actually spooked quite a bit by this, but he doesn't seem to be. I decided I was going to go back to bed in the back. It took forever, but I did eventually get some sleep. At some point in the night, I jerked awake. I could still see him driving on the interstate, but I felt very uncomfortable, so I hid under the covers like a child. A few moments later, my covers were ripped off of me and I saw a man between my stepdad and me. He was at least 6'3" with a wrinkled face, gray hair peeking from under a do-rag, and he was smiling almost innocently. Regardless, I screamed. My stepdad looked back, and like that, the man was gone. I ran back up to the passenger seat and explained what happened. My stepdad laughed it off and told me, "Truckers pick up spirits from accidents all the time. Your mom told me not to talk to you about it because it might scare you. But with the situation, I think you should at least know it's normal." Knives in the kitchen. The multiple stories of one weird night at my mom's house. I was 15 at the time, and my mom was having a large family gathering at her house. I was invited because, while my mom and I weren't close, she had recovered from drug use for 2 or 3 years and was making a solid effort to turn her life around. Several of my aunts and uncles and cousins, nieces and nephews would be there, and at this point, my grandparents were pretty confident that my mother was actually trying really hard to reestablish a relationship with me. We weren't the best of friends, but I also didn't hate her either. I get there, and it's blatantly a fantastic time. The younger of us played in water slides, went on four-wheeler rides, had ice cream from an ice cream truck, and we were all a little bit tired by the end of the day. Then night comes. My mom put on The Outsiders for us to watch while we were going to bed, because I think any sane human knows trying to get 10-plus teenagers on bed in time is a wasted effort. I was exhausted, but unfortunately, I had battled badly with insomnia my entire life. It was 2:30 a.m. and everyone else was asleep. Someone knocks on the door to my room that we're staying in. I'm a little aggressive at this point, saying something along the lines of, "It's 2 a.m., what?" And a voice using a bad redneck accent responds, saying, "It's your Uncle Mike. Grab a knife in the kitchen." I was I just kind of got jolted. But I did have an Uncle Mike in the house at that time, and he was an actual redneck. This was almost as if someone was held at gunpoint and they told me to do a redneck accent, but physically weren't able to. They were also sounding like they were kind of choking on every word. So I simply decided I wasn't going to do that. "No, it's 2 a.m. I'm not grabbing a knife from the kitchen, Mikey." I'd never called my uncle that, but for some reason the fear made me speak out of sync with my thoughts a bit. "But we made a cake for everybody. You have to get a knife from the kitchen." Hell no, I thought. Mike couldn't cook anything other than bacon, hamburgers, and steaks. I opened the door and rushed into my oldest cousin's room, I think, and he was sleeping on a bed in the tent inside. Mr. Lonely was playing with a blue room light on. I locked the door behind me and slept with my cousin, who was in their 20s, and he was kind of rough around the edges. I slept in that room that night only to wake up to accusations. My aunt, the one married to Mike, asked why I was banging on her door all night. I told her I wasn't. She said that at apparently a similar time that I went into my cousin's room, I banged on her door. She got dressed to open it. The door to my cousin's room was open, the lights were off, and no music was playing in the room. But no one was in there. When I told her my version of the story, she said it was impossible because Mike left for work at 7:30 in the morning, or 7:30 to be at work at 8 p.m., and wouldn't be back until closer to 4 a.m. My older cousin, who I slept with, also had a different version of the story, stating he woke up to no one in the room, but his door was open, and he was looking down the hallway to every door in the hallway being open as well. He shrugged it off and went back to bed after locking his door. He had no explanation for how I got into his room without jimmying the door open. After some conversation with my oldest cousin, he whipped out a cell phone and started begrudgingly asking questions. When we heard nothing, we listened to the video, and as clear as day, a voice can be heard speaking, saying, "My name is Mike, and I'm here." It sounded choking, but without a bad southern accent. Oops, I said it with a southern accent. Afterwards, my family decided it was a weird night and didn't bring it up again, except in joking ways, because what are you going to do about it? My mom and my aunt are very spiritual, but I'm a skeptic. I just thought I'd tell my version of the events. And yeah, my whole family thought it was weird that I heard a voice at the other side of the door, and when I opened it, no one was there. And I never even thought about that aspect as a scared teen. The Ghost Cat. Okay, so they all started when I moved into my apartment a few years ago. And just so everyone knows, I have a cat and a dog, but I got my cat in 2020 and I moved into the apartment in 2019. So, first when I moved in, nothing really happened, other than hearing meows, and when asking if anyone else heard them, they all said no. But most of this stuff takes place in 2022, 2023, because those are when the experiences were at their fullest. So first I would hear cat footsteps when my cat wasn't near. I would hear them under the bed, and when I checked under the bed, nothing was there. And no, I can't really be my dog, because my dog's footsteps are way louder, and she was in my bed anyway. I would see a shadow of a cat, randomly. And once, I heard a sound of a cat playing with something, which I'm used to as my cat's very energetic and always plays with anything. And I was home alone, so I thought it was my cat. And it was in my big brother's room, just so you know, which is across the hall. I looked beside me and I saw my cat. She wasn't in that room. She was just sitting down on the floor. So I thought maybe my dog somehow did it. But it couldn't be her, as she was on the lap at the time. So I gathered all my courage I had to walk over there with my pets, of course. But when I checked underneath the bed, which was where the sound was coming from, nothing was there. I would hear random meows from random places that nobody else could even hear. I even saw that the cat was a black and white cat. This isn't the only paranormal experience. My brother also had some, but this is just one that I really can't explain. I would also hear a cat jumping onto the bed. Once I even saw the cat, so I know it wasn't mine, as my cat's black and gray, and only a little bit of white. Even if I was hearing and seeing things, but it wouldn't be possible for what happened a few months ago. A few months ago, I was sitting on my bed on my phone when I felt my cat going on top of me, which she does often, so I thought it was my cat, as I felt the weight of her and felt her going on top of me. So I looked up and saw nothing. Nothing was there. I only felt the cat going on me and not getting off. And I would see my cat in the corner of my eye if she jumped off. So this can't be explained. It's very weird, and I would always hear meows. And even see my cat meowing at nothing while looking up. I would always hear my cat's footsteps when she wasn't there. Even see a shadow of the cat or cats. And I know I felt it. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know whose cat that is. Why only I can hear it and see it is beyond me. Am I astral projecting or having visions? So to begin, I've had sleep paralysis since I was about 6 years old, but after looking back into all of it, I often wonder if it means something else. The first time I had it, I could barely move, and a woman approached me. She then began screaming over and over again, screaming the words, "Murderer!" And any time I would have this happen, I would wake up in beads of sweat, breathing heavily and either screaming or crying. The second time I was 9, and a young girl was on top of me, jumping up and down on the bed playfully. And suddenly, something entered inside the room and began chopping her up with an axe. I could hear everything, her screams, her crying. The third time, when I was 13, it happened. I would see a man, and it'd suddenly feel as though I was being pushed off of a building and began falling downwards. The fourth time was when I was 19. I heard a loud argument and gunfire, later to find out that my apartment had been a place of a massacre 2 years prior. And recently, I was asleep in the family room, and on CNN, my mom had been watching about the Titan submersible being missing, or something began to crawl on the walls. It was all black and let out this cry, and it began to crawl towards me. I called out for my dog, and he came toward me too, staring at me, then turned his head toward the creature and began aggressively growling at it and began going crazy. It then came towards me and made me face the television screen, and it whispered in my ear, "They're not what you think they are." And my dog just kept going crazy, growling. But he's too afraid. What felt like hours, I finally awoke to my dog laying beside me, staring at me and making sure I was all right. I've become convinced that maybe these aren't just sleep paralysis dreams, and maybe I'm full-on experiencing either astral projection, or maybe I really am crazy. It's been scaring me because I never know when it's going to happen. It just happens and I'm trapped there. A few of my personal stories help debunk. When I was younger, I used to hear a cat door slam, and I live in the middle of nowhere, and they all sounded from my driveway. Nearest house in that direction is about a quarter of a mile away. But with them being sort of too frequent and so loud that it couldn't be them, I would hear this nearly daily until I was about 13. And talking to other people around the world, they've also experienced this. The next event was late at night. I don't know what time exactly, but it was after everybody went to bed, when I heard my brother upstairs. Upstairs is basically a glorified office room where my parents work on their hobbies. When I went up there, he was behind the wall, just makeshift wooden walls that just give us extra storage and an easy way to get back there. When he came out, he had these wide eyes and he said something, but I can't remember what he said. My parents woke up and asked why he was up there, and he responded with, "I don't know." I might be getting that wrong, as it was maybe 6 or 7 years ago, but it was along those lines. I asked him about it a few years later, and he said that he didn't even remember why he was up there. When I was in 8th grade, I was asked to do a tour around the school for the 6th graders, and mid-tour, I heard someone yell directly into my ear so badly that I had to stop and recollect myself. But talking to the people, they helped me figure out that it might just be some form of schizophrenia that just goes off at random times. I never got checked for it though, so I don't know if it was the cause or not. Just 2 more. About a year ago, this fake snake that I found, I could chew on. I don't know why, but I felt like chewing on something all the time as it relieved stress. After having it sit on my desk for a few days, it randomly appeared in the bathroom hallway, poking out of some metal. We use metal to cover up the sides of the bathtub, and it looks nice. I don't remember moving it, and I certainly don't remember poking into some metal. Last night, I got out of the bathtub, and when I walked into my room, I heard what sounded like someone saying something. I don't know, it sounded like a aw or an ooh. I don't know which one, but it was along those lines. And it was late, like 2 a.m. late, and no one else was awake except me. Something communicating with me through a light. I've been in a mentally bad space, but I'm okay, no need to worry. 2 nights ago, I woke up at 2:40 a.m. in the pitch black. I was feeling like not being alive and begging and wishing for a higher power. I asked if I meant to be alive, for something in this room to move or something to happen. After 5 minutes, nothing happened, so I asked if someone could communicate with me through lights. I said in my mind, flash a light once if I should be alive, and flash it twice if I should die. After a couple of seconds of thinking this, the light on my Chromecast illuminated very brightly and made a white light on my wall. It stopped after 1 second and again flashed a second time and held the light. I came over to check what the light was, and it was my Chromecast. It's never so bright that it can light up a wall. After that, I sat back down in my bed looking at the light, and I said something in my mind. If the message is clear, and I should die, turn the light off now. And it immediately turned off. It's freaked me out because that light on my Chromecast is usually dim and wouldn't be that bright. It seemed like it can't be a coincidence that it lit up twice and stopped too. This isn't the first experience I've had with situations like this. I don't have anyone to talk to. I hope it's okay to post this here. It has been pretty confusing to me, as I never really expected a response or even thought it could be possible. Ask Reddit. Over a couple of weeks years ago, living with my ex while we were in the shower together, the bathroom door got knocked on extremely hard and aggressively. Got out and opened it basically straight away. There was no one there. No one was in the house, and all the doors were locked. We also had the cliche footsteps. And I remember one night there was this weird music coming from nowhere but still in the house. That was whack. A Friday night, maybe Saturday, it was years ago now, some teenagers from next door came and knocked saying that there was someone in the house with them. They were alone for the weekend, so my mates and I just plussed them. My partner went out with them. We saw the lights go out all at once, but no one came out. The cops came and called for backup. They went through and found no one after looking for like 15 minutes. The thing is, though, unless whoever was in there could climb 4 meters in a few seconds, the only way to the street was past us. They stayed with us the night, and we never heard anything about it again. They also moved away maybe a month after, I think. The last thing that went down over those weeks was the one that fucked with me the most. I heard as clear as day my name said right behind me, and then footsteps above me while doing some early morning weekend work. I used to work in a very high security facility, and for someone else to be in the building, they would have had to been let in by me. It couldn't be in there before me, as the alarms couldn't be deactivated without my fingerprint. I almost shit myself, and after talking with my boss on the phone and checking that there really wasn't anyone else up there besides me, no cars besides my work car and my private car locked in the grounds with the other work cars, I bailed and never did Saturday mornings alone. After that, nothing ever happened and nothing before. I still think about those weeks all the time. Ask Reddit 2. My parents' house that I grew up in changed my belief at a very early age. We had moved from our old house into a new one when I was around 4 years old. I got to pick my room, which was on the top floor of a 2-story house with a basement. My sister had the room across from me. I had a waterbed as a kid, which was nice, and warm blankets, lots of video games, and an overall very comfy room. I had always heard stories of ghosts from friends, but never believed any of it. When I was around 8 or 9 is when I started to question the stories, because I'd often wake up to an older woman standing outside my door at the top of the stairs. That became the name I knew her as. The first few times I woke up freaking out and waking everyone up in the house just yelling, "The woman at the top of the stairs is watching me." My mom or dad would come into my room, tell me the typical parent thing that it's not real and to go back to bed, and eventually I'd fall back asleep. After some time, I began to shut my door at night before bed, thinking it would help. I would still wake up in the middle of the night and see her feet directly outside my door. Then the next night, the door would be open and she'd be there. A few nights later, I woke up to my waterbed moving as if someone sat down. I was a tad groggy from just waking up, put on my glasses, and looked to see her sitting on my bed with her hand on my feet, which were under the blankets. I froze and she just sort of smiled at me. I could see the dip in the blanket from where she was sitting. Her hair was down, shoulder length and brown. She was wearing a flowing nightgown that looked a bit aged, but it was bluish in color. There was no doubt in my mind that she was there, but I knew if I yelled for my parents, she'd disappear. I eventually sat up, and right as I moved, she disappeared. I felt the area where she was sitting, and it was ice cold. I'd like to say that this was the first and the last time that it happened, but it wasn't at all. This would continue for years. To date at this house, I've heard someone say my name quite a few times when I've been completely home alone. I watched items slide to perfectly flat surfaces, seen multiple different ghosts there, animals, and had absolutely 100% inexplicable things occur. A friend that passed visited me a few times, watched items get dropped, thrown, lights turned off and on, TV off and on. I could go on, but this is already insanely long. I'm 38 now, married, kids, house of my own, and I still see things about every week in different places. For me, it's not a matter of if that they're real, because they're 100% real, but you just might not have seen one yet or noticed the noises. Ask Reddit 3. Grandpa was more silent than your typical quiet Finnish man is. His reactions to things comprised mostly of scoffs and grunts. Very rarely did he let out a shy smile. It was over 11 years ago that he passed away, choking on his own mucus at night. He had throat cancer. It was bad, but he managed to survive it for a few years. The doctor had called my grandmother, saying that Gramps didn't have a lot of time left as such. The family went to the hospital to visit him one last time. Dad said I should stay in the car, so I stayed. I remember happily listening to The Lemon Tree by Fool's Garden on repeat the whole time, singing along to the cheery tune. Gramps died the following night. His funeral came and went, and life moved onwards. but I was sick with grief, blaming myself for not going and seeing Grandpa one last time. Exactly 2 years after Gramps had died, on the same day, on the dot, I had a dream. In the dream, it was Christmas time. My parents and I were going to my grandparents' house. Without even knocking on the door, my grandparents' dog, who had already passed on a few years before Gramps, jumped up at me and started licking my face. Happy that I got to see her again, I walked inside, took off the winter jacket and boots. Other family members that were there as guests came to say hi to us, but behind all of them I saw my grandpa. He rubbed his beard a bit, gave a sly smile, and gestured for a hug. I ran up to him and gave him the biggest hug a child my size could have given. He smiled and felt just like he used to. His familiar Old Spice cologne mixed with a cigarette. He rubbed my head and told me to go wash my hands so we could play some cards before the meal. My great-grandmother, Gramps' mother-in-law, who was still alive, gave some crude remarks from the kitchen that Gramps was teaching me bad habits. I squeezed Gramps one last time before I went and washed my hands. Gramps sat up on the couch and broke out his favorite deck of cards, the shiny cards that were a bit too slippery for my small hands. Before he began dealing, Gramps held out his hand and showed me his thumb. It was for our small ritual for luck. We did it whenever I had a school exam or something coming up. I pushed my thumb up to his, gave it a big extra push. Gramps began dealing cards, and before he finished, I woke up in my bed. Tears instantly started pouring out in the middle of the night. I still wanted to finish that card game with him, but never got the chance. I like to think that Gramps came to me in my dreams specifically to give me the closure that I never managed to get. I tried to post this last night and today, and the post failed. My family has a lake house with 90 acres that we go to vacation at periodically. It's my stepdad's family. His Uncle Ken was an alcoholic and committed suicide in the basement about 20 years ago. The first time we came down here, my mom blew a tire on the way. The second time, my mom's dog died at home. The third time we came, my mom's other dog died on the property. And this time, when we went to leave, my dog started having heart issues and died. Lots of strange incidents have happened in the past couple of times that we've went. I feel a weird energy here, and I feel like I'm constantly being watched. We were going to leave Thursday, but with the situation with my dog, we hung behind and let my family go, and we would all meet up with them later. Friday, which was yesterday, after my wife and I finally made it to the property, I wanted to go walk through the woods and explore a little bit. I started walking down the trailhead, and about 150 feet in, I started feeling disoriented and got a headache. I keep walking. After another maybe 400 feet, I hear a rustling in the bushes and almost a voice saying, "Turn around." I stop and listen for a couple times, and I ground myself by realizing it's a bird. I walk maybe 30 more feet. The bird follows, changes its tone, and shortened up the turnaround. I walk another 50 feet, and he lands on the tree in front of me and starts chirping with a very low tone and more pronounced. I got scared and turned around. Ask Reddit 5. On Black Friday, my wife let me at home with our sleeping kids, 1 and 3 years old. The 1-year-old slept in our room so as not to disturb my other child. Around midnight, the youngest wakes up screaming bloody murder, so I go up and I start rocking him. He's falling asleep when I heard the telltale signs of a toddler's feet running on hard wood. As I look over, I see my son run into the dark room I'm in. I'm about to say, "Hi, Nathan," and I noticed it isn't him, but an apparition of a child. In the time it took my brain to process this, it disappeared into the ether. I tried to justify this as the light in the hallway playing tricks on me, but it was too real. My heart jumped nearly out of my chest when it happened. Since then, a few random things happened. I had a bottle of shoe polish fall on my head over a door, like the bottle was on a counter behind the door, and the bottle fell on my head when I was next to the other side of the door. Random toys go off at all times of the night. This one is easily explainable, and I understand that. The final event was a few weeks ago. I went upstairs to use the bathroom, and my wife was at the bottom of the stairs in the living room. While in the bathroom, I heard a male talking outside the door. I assumed it was the TV. When I came out, she asked me if I was talking to her, and I said no, TV was off. We both heard a man's voice clear as day, talking in the upstairs hallway. The Knock Knock Ghost. When I was 16 or something, I used to go every summer to my aunt and uncle's house in the countryside. I used to live in a city near to the desert, so it was pretty fun and refreshing to go. The thing is that my uncle is really good to tell stories and give them a fake ending, and I'm autistic, so I would realize that they were lies when something really extreme or unbelievable happened, or my sister directly told me that he was lying. But the stories weren't like in a compulsive liar kind of way. It was more like starting to tell a real story but then exaggerate everything to give it a funny ending. So this one day we were eating fries and drinking Pepsi, although he was a little bit drunk because he was drinking beer too. My sister and I were with him, and suddenly his face became very serious and said that the story that he was about to tell was 100% true. I learned the hard way that I shouldn't take seriously what he said, so playfully I told him to go on. He started by telling me that when he was little, and his brother had his own room, so he slept by himself. The thing is that some nights would appear what he called as El Fantasma del Toc Toc. That translates to the Knock Knock Ghost. He would hear 4 knocks on the window and feel like someone was watching him. This happened pretty frequently and really scared him. I said something like, "Okay, you should stop drinking and go to bed." And I laughed. My aunt was with my younger sister on the bed because she was telling her story. And she sort of fell asleep, so I had to sleep in the big bed with my uncle. I remember that I was reading a fan fiction or something, and it was pretty late. All I could hear was my uncle snoring. I was really concentrated on what I was doing, but suddenly I heard 4 knocks on the window. I laughed out loud and said, "You'll have to work harder to scare me," thinking that it was just one of my cousins trying to scare me because they heard the story or something. So I go back to, reading with a smile on my face. I was laying down when I swear I felt a weight on my legs, as if someone was sitting on them. I sat down immediately and looked to see if it was somebody playing a prank on me, but all I saw was my legs covered by the sheets. I panicked and bent my legs so I could hold them with my arms, but I couldn't. Until from one moment to another, the weight disappeared. I was shocked because I couldn't explain what had happened. I do believe in spirits and energies and stuff, but it had never happened to me. I'm a pretty logical person, so when something mildly paranormal happened, I would give it a logical explanation right away. But this time I couldn't. I convinced myself to just think that it was paranoia because the story that my uncle had told me. But at the time I didn't believe him. I really thought that he was just drunk and messing with me. And the story didn't scare me, so I don't know how my head would make it up. Ask Reddit 6. My friend's dad and stepmom bought a really old house that was sort of like a cabin-style home. I want to say that it was more than 100 years old because it looked like hell. They got it for dirt cheap, and they had planned on renovating the place. My friend rarely stayed there because he said the place creeped him out beyond belief. He said at my house at least 4 nights a week during the summer, and usually stayed at his mom's house instead of his dad's. The house was really weird and had some very bizarre construction to it. It had a staircase on the 2nd floor and went to nowhere. It just ended at the ceiling. And for the most part, the house was all original, so it wasn't like there used to be a third floor. There was a dirt floor basement that looked like something out of a horror movie. It had a few small windows and no way to get into the basement from inside the house. You had to go outside the house and go through an exterior entrance. The house had been vacant for almost 10 years when they had bought it. This was around 95. And the previous owners had purchased the house with the same intent of fixing it up, but ended up walking away from the house and foreclosing on it. They had 2 border collies, Benny and Jet. The dogs were still young, so they were really rowdy. Being border collies tended to be destructive if they were not entertained. During the day, instead of leaving them unattended in the house, his stepmom used to lock them up in the basement, so they had a decent amount of room to play. His stepmom came back from work that day, and usually the dogs would be barking because they would hear a car when she pulled into the driveway. But she thought it was odd that it wasn't Benny. Or rather, she thought it was odd that she didn't hear anything. She unlocked the padlock on the basement door and was greeted by Jet, but not Benny. Jet had blood all over his paws, and the basement door had scratches all over it like the dog had been fighting for its life to get out of the basement. Once Jet was out of the basement, he ran and wouldn't come near the house. She said she walked into the basement and couldn't figure out what it was, but the smell was awful. She couldn't find Benny anywhere. The basement was pretty much an open space with limited places for him to hide, but he was gone. When my Fred's dad came home, they both went down to investigate again, and behind an old tabletop that was leaning up against the wall, they found a puddle of blood in about a 5-inch section of what they think was Benny's tail. They never found Benny, could never explain what had happened. They took a huge loss on the house and sold it in less than 8 months after they bought it. After the incident, the other dog became insanely neurotic and had major behavior issues. According to my friend's mom, the week they moved into their new house, he went back to normal. I was driving home from my then-girlfriend's house at around midnight. It was summertime and very hot, and it had rained earlier that evening, so it was kind of foggy. I had to drive down Route 17, which is a really old road that ran from where I lived to where she lived. It also passed through Burkittsville, the town where the Blair Witch Project came from. I was driving through the area that was mostly old rundown farms. The road has a lot of sharp turns in them, so you have to go slow. I was going through a turn and through the fog, and I all of a sudden see an old man walking across the street. I slammed on the brakes and braced myself for impact because I knew there was no way I was going to stop in time. I remember the old man turned and looked right at me as my car was about to plow into him. He opened his mouth and looked like he was screaming no, but as my car hit the area of where he was, it vanished. My car finally skidded and came to a stop. I wasn't sure what the hell just happened, and I didn't hear any thump on my car, so I immediately got out of my car and was just looking around for a body. I didn't see anything. I went to the front of my car, and I didn't see any damage. I walked behind my car a few feet and couldn't see anything. I must have walked about 40 or 50 feet and started to get freaked out. Then I heard what sounded like footsteps coming from the darkness. I pretty much almost shit myself by this point, and I sprinted back to my car. I told my mom the story the next morning, and just telling the story gave me goosebumps. My mom, who normally doesn't believe in the paranormal, looked at my arms and said, "Just by your reaction, I believe you." The Girl in the Kalgoorlie. Now, this didn't happen to me, but it happened to my dad. He's not the kind to over-exaggerate or even believe in the supernatural, but this experience really shook him up. He owns a business that provides safety manufacturing for mining vehicles and the like, and he was on one of his sales trips down to a mining town in Kalgoorlie, Western Australia. Now, towns like these in Australia are old and remote, and have a lot of strange feelings around them due to bloodshed with First Nation peoples, and also miners during the gold rush in Australia, and crimes that occurred around remote towns such as these. As such, paranormal encounters are not unheard of, and I believe my dad had one. He had got back late to his hotel room after a trip out to the mines, and he was exhausted, so he went straight to bed. At around 2 a.m. he heard loud voices and banging on the doors and sat up in his bed. The rooms are set out so that he could see his door directly from his bed, down to a small passageway. The noise ended abruptly, and he assumed it had just been some drunk FIFO workers or something, and was ready to lie back down when he saw something strange. The door to his room hadn't opened, but he could clearly see a young girl making her way down the short passage toward him. He couldn't see her features properly, as she was quite shadowy and her body seemed to cut off at the waist, as there were no visible legs. I was 16 at the time, and he described her as seeming around my age and height. She came close to his bed, and he let out a yell as he was terrified, and she seemed to disappear in front of him. Open your mind to the mysteries that defy explanation. Paranormal M invites you to become part of our growing community of truth seekers. Subscribe and enable notifications to delve into the depths of the unexplained with us. I work in a possessed daycare. Help. I'm not even sure where to begin with this. I just wanted somewhere to talk about this with people who won't think I'm crazy. I work at a school and daycare, and there's a demon in it. Or possibly several. As someone who's never had a for certain paranormal experience, this was a hard pill to swallow. My belief was always more of a, oh, well, it could be real, and I'm not enjoying finding out for sure. This is awful. It's terrifying and nerve-wracking, and I want to throw up just thinking about going to work tomorrow. I'm searching for a new job as hard as I can, but it's slow going. It started with a particular toddler room called T5. Since I started working there, I never liked going in there. Couldn't put my finger on why exactly, but I hated T5. I thought it was just the kids were really out of control, really mean and aggressive for toddlers. But it ended up being more than that. I was in there, giving a break to their main teacher. I'm afloat. And all the kids were taking their nap. The room was dark, no sound except a quiet white noise machine. Then I heard something around the corner at the sink. The dishes started clinking like someone is doing the dishes. I looked around the corner, nothing was there. Sat back down, and it started up again. I shrugged it off. Next time I was in there, the closet door opened by itself. I still tried to shrug it off. Other things were happening too, though. I noticed I was suddenly having a lot of weird health problems, mostly related to reproductive stuff. I was getting bad dizzy spells and double vision, but I didn't make the connection that it was only happening at work, and only when I was in T5 or adjacent rooms. Then another teacher, who'd I'd become friends with, mentioned offhand that she and her daughter, who also had worked there, had felt like the place had really negative energy. When I asked what she really meant, she tentatively admitted that she'd seen weird things. Without me first telling her, I asked her what she saw, and she also described dishes clinking and doors opening and hearing a deep voice speaking from the ceiling, and dizzy spells and other weird health stuff. She also told me, and by the way, I don't have proof of this or anything, that her former co-teacher saw stuff too. She also had 2 unexplained miscarriages while she worked there. And now that she quit, she's pregnant again, and almost due, with no complications. This teacher also told me that the former main teacher of T5 had been into occult stuff. I don't know if this was true or not. I only met her once, and all I noticed was that she was a really snappish and negative person who no one else could stand. She quit a week after I started. I do, however, know that 3 current teachers are also into occult stuff. Based on their social media posts, anyway. All 3 also bullied me and another teacher over being Christian. After that, it got worse. I felt like I was being targeted or attacked. I feel dizzy, like the floor is tilting, almost all the time when I'm in there. My body gets weirdly racked with pain that doesn't subside till I leave the building. This horrible dark depression comes over me like life is pointless. I close my eyes and I see glimpses of knives cutting my skin during nap time. When the kids are asleep. It's always when the thing really acts up. In T5, dishes clink every time, once the sink even turned on. Then whatever it was started knocking glasses on the floor. Another day during nap, I got my air cut off for about 5 seconds, like something had me by the throat. Then one of the almost 2-year-olds pointed to the doorway of the classroom and nervously said, "There's a ghost in there." She and another child often stare at something toward the ceiling and burst into uncontrollable crying and screaming. Sounds like claws tapping on glass windows happen all the time, and the shadow figures glide past the big outside windows. The other day, another teacher, who I had not even talked to about any of this, nervously told me the bathroom door in her classroom closed itself and clicked lock, despite the fact that it scrapes on the floor and has to be pushed really hard to close. Prior to this, my work bestie, the only other religious employee, had been the only one to say that she'd seen stuff. She quit shortly after. Now a third teacher, not religious, had seen stuff too. Then last week I saw it. It was like a black diamond shape in the air, above the shoulder, and a little bit behind a teacher standing in the hallway. The shape was kind of like a cloak draped, but mostly just a black mass with blurry edges. The head wasn't really describable. The closest thing would be a cross between a vulture skull and a plague doctor mask. I only saw it for a second and jumped out of my skin, but I saw it. It's worth noting that the teacher it was behind is a complete a-hole who probably shouldn't even be working with kids, and he has weird mood swings and sort of alternates between hitting on female teachers and acting aloof and yells at the kids a lot. Today I was supervising napping kiddos in an older classroom. That class has one autistic boy who is not very verbal. He was sound asleep and I was sitting in a chair between him and the bathroom. I suddenly began to feel really cold and the sort of familiar I'm being watched feeling. So I knew something was in there. Then I heard things being scooted around in the bathroom. It was quiet enough not to wake up the kids sleeping right by the bathroom, but the little nonverbal boy suddenly woke up, pointed at something and screamed. He isn't like that at all. I ran and hugged him and said, "Get out!" at the thing. It took a few minutes, but the feeling faded and the little boy laid back down. I've gotten enough confirmations that this crap is real. How do you deal with this? I feel traumatized. I hate it. I can only talk about it for sure with one teacher, but everyone in the building acts dark and depressed. I'm having night terrors. Anxiety attacks are increasing just from having to go to work and be around this. If other people weren't experiencing it too, I would think I was just going insane, but others have. And the kids see stuff. Plus, I only experience stuff at work. Everything is fine as soon as I'm not in the building. Please let me know if you've seen an entity like this before. and if you know what it is, and any advice that you can give me on how to deal with the fear would be much appreciated. Scratches appearing on my body in real time. My husband, son, and I just moved into a new apartment almost a month ago. Everything's been fine here so far, except the fact that I have bad dreams nearly every night about my husband, like that he hates me. But anyways, I've had unexplained scratches on my arms showing up. I figured that I was scratching myself in my sleep. Well, that was until tonight. My husband was sitting at his gaming desk playing his games, and I was standing beside his desk just talking, when I felt a burning sensation on the back of my right upper thigh. I looked and there was a scratch. I wasn't wearing any pants, just a t-shirt and underwear, so I figured I somehow scratched myself on something. It was a super long scratch going across my upper thigh and under my butt. I showed my husband, and we both said, "Weird. No big deal." Then I feel the sensation again. I look, and there's another scratch, above the first one, on my lower right butt cheek. Wasn't there 30 seconds earlier. I never left the spot. So I go get a better look in the mirror and show my husband again. He also says that it wasn't there when I showed him the first scratch. I'm confused at this point. Still haven't sat down, didn't go anywhere. I just went to the bathroom to check out the scratch and back to standing beside his desk. I feel the burning again. I run back to the mirror, and on top of my right butt cheek, there's multiple scratches, like 4, maybe 5 scratch marks together in a row. That freaked me out because it looked like an animal or a person did it, not scratching myself on the corner of something walking around the house. Plus, the fact that my body didn't touch anything since I first discovered the first scratch. I'm not the type of person to blame everything on the paranormal. Every other weird thing I always find a reasonable excuse for, but I've been talking with my husband trying to come up with a reason for this, and I'm very confused right now. I saw a face in a tree. So, growing up, I lived in a fairly, unassuming council house. However, the neighbor claimed the house was cursed after my father passed away. Apparently, this was a reoccurring thing with previous tenants, too. One night after the funeral, and I can't give a specific time frame because I was like 8 or 9 at the time, I couldn't sleep. So, I decided to have a little walk around my room and look out my window to try to show my brain that it was nighttime, so it needed to sleep. I didn't look outside for long, however, as I looked a little bit to my right of my neighbor's tree, which grew just a bit higher than my window, and I saw a face, or maybe a mask. I'm not sure, but I think a mask. Looks like some ceramic masks that my mom used to collect and had hung on the wall in the house. I'm unsure of the specific name, but I believe that they're Venetian-styled. As soon as I saw it, instantly I had this feeling like I shouldn't be looking at it and quickly got away from the window and back into bed. As soon as I was back into bed and getting my duvet over me, I could then hear my mom calling down to ask my brother if she saw something come up the stairs, as she saw a black mass that she compared to a t-shirt come over the upstairs banister and across the hallway. The creepier part to that, which I'm realizing as I type this, is that my bedroom was the opposite end of the hallway, the direction the mass was moving in. One nightmare led to another and another. Anyway, when I was younger, I had this weird but very vivid dream that I can remember 15 plus years later perfectly. It started out with some kind of graveyard or cemetery at night, no stars, but a full moon and also no clouds. There were loads of headstones and statues that you'd typically find in a cemetery, but there was also small columns, maybe 3.5 or 4 feet high, with orbs emitting a dim green light that lined the cobbled pathway, similar to streetlights along a road. That is a gecko in my house. Sorry. These all seemed to surround and encompass a 1-story wooden house that had been painted blue with white accents. In the dream, I made my way into the house, which looked like it had been abandoned, and all the furniture cleared out. It had plain wooden floors, wallpaper that was a solid color until halfway up the wall, and a kind of 2-tone floral on the top half. There were 3 doors in the hallway, but I took the one to the right into a room which had an old wooden rocking chair and an unlit fireplace. As soon as the door shut behind me, there was a flash of lightning and the sound of thunder that, when gone, revealed the chair was rocking and the fireplace was now lit. Again, there was another flash of lightning and the sound of thunder, and this time revealing an old woman in the rocking chair staring at the fireplace and pointing at the walls, which were now covered in a sort of repeatedly and consisting red ooze kind of liquid that ran down the wall from each letter. For some reason, I didn't understand the word and that was there written in red, and it didn't even seem written in any language that I could identify. After this, I woke up in a cold sweat with the imposing feeling of something nearby watching me. I eventually managed to get back to sleep, only to have another nightmare. Except when I awoke from this, something sat on the edge of my bed. To explain how I knew this couldn't be a pet or a family member, I could hear everybody snoring. My bed was the kind where it sort of was raised like a bunk bed, but has a desk underneath. I kicked it to the side of me and there was nothing there. So I was thoroughly creeped out. I hid under the duvet and again managed to eventually fall asleep, only to then experience another nightmare where some unseen force had been tied to some kind of bed. And it was threatening me with torture and other unpleasant things. This one is especially memorable, as I was lucid enough to try to wake up, but couldn't. I was taunted for not being able to do so for a while by this unseen force. Eventually, I managed to wake up, but with some kind of sleep paralysis where my body was shaking from fear, but unable to move otherwise, as I felt something crawl up my bed until I could hear its breathing in my ear. After what felt like forever, this seemed to fade, as did the feeling of the thing being there, mostly. The nightmares continued until I gave up sleeping that night entirely, but still feeling as if something was watching, until, in spite of my eyes being closed, I could make out the light from the sun rising. Again, I'm not sure if this is a paranormal thing or just me having an overactive imagination as a kid, but the taunting sort of felt oddly specific, and at the time included words that I haven't even heard of yet. If I knew what the first dream would entail, I'd have tried to stay up the rest of the night. Now I just hope it isn't a recurring nightmare, even after 15 plus years. Odd childhood dreams of something. Only recently have I remembered this. When I was between the ages of 7 and 11, I had a reoccurring nightmare that I now believe to be a skinwalker. The dream was always the exact same. I would be with my family in the living room of my house doing normal family things when I go outside to let my quote-unquote dog inside. My dog ran into the living room and he was out of sight for a moment before something grotesque grotesque and definitely not my dog peered at me from around the wall. It was tall and pale, seemed to be skin and bones. When it turned to run back into the living room, I heard screaming as I ran out of the house and down the street. I kept running for a while, and at this point of the dream, I was always given a choice. I could, 1, pray to God, which I've never actually done outside of this dream, after which I would be picked up on the cloud and floated back to my house. Around my house, there were many other clouds, all of which had people I knew on them. My parents, my brother, grandparents, everyone I had ever met. When I looked down at the ground, I saw the thing. It was angry. It seemed to be yelling, but I couldn't hear it. It kept switching between people that I knew to get me to come to it until I woke up. Or, option 2, I could keep running. I would run and run until I reached my grandparents' house, and when I walked inside, they wouldn't be there. But the entire place would be covered in blood. I swear I could hear the thing laughing at me from somewhere off in the distance. I would run out into the backyard of my parents' house, where I would turn toward the woods, only to see this thing running at me on all fours. Then I would wake up. But the odd thing is, I was never scared of these dreams. I was never scared while in them, or just after waking up. I could even make myself have the dream intentionally. Recently, now I've started having paranormal experiences, or at least things I believe to be paranormal. I may post about these later, by the way. Because of this, I've started doing research into things like shadow people and skinwalkers. That was how I was reminded of this dream, in fact. And I know that I didn't know anything about paranormal between the ages of 7 and 11. I had never seen anything scary. Woo, strict parents. So, I don't think this could just be the imagination of a child. Neither does the narrator. Creepy Scottish ghost encounter. I don't believe in ghosts, but I don't have any other explanation for this. So like I said, I don't believe in ghosts. If I see someone I don't know and trust, like on TV for example, telling a ghost story, I struggle to believe them. That being said, I had an experience when I was around 10 years old that I'm going to share today. This was in approximately 2003. My friend and I were walking to a football training. I live in a quiet countryside town in Scotland. To get to the football training, we would walk past the tennis courts, as it saved a lot of time. The tennis courts are located at the bottom of a wide open grassy area. Next to the tennis courts is a sloped section of ground that runs the length of the court. I think it's meant to be the sort of stand where people can sit or stand and watch. It's sort of like a grassy pyramid that's been stretched out in length. There's a path that leads down to the stand and just stops. On the far side of the stand is a small wooded area. We were on the path walking toward the tennis courts, and it was broad daylight. No one is around. The wooded area briefly falls out of view as the path is on a slight decline. We walk up the hill of the stand, onto the main body of it, and there's a woman standing at the trees. She stood with her hands clasped in front of her, looking directly at us. My friend and I are walking toward her. She stood between a fence and a small stream that's guarded by a waist-height fence. We walked the length of the court, and now less than 10 meters from her. She hasn't moved. She's just continued to stand and stare. We turn at the bottom of the court, now with our backs to her. We haven't said a word, but we all looked at each other and ran. The woman was gray in appearance, but wasn't transparent or anything. She looked like a real person, but she was a sort of uniform color, washed out looking, clothes included. It's quite hard to describe. She didn't move once, and I don't mean that she just stood still. She didn't move at all. She was three-dimensional, but it was like she was a cutout that had been placed there. My first thought wasn't, "Oh my God, it's a ghost." Only afterward did we realize what might have been even happening. There is nowhere this woman could have come from. There's 2-meter fences blocking everything apart from the far side entrance to the tennis court and the approach that we used to get there. The far side entrance was out of sight and was really never broken. The stand only obscures a part of the wooded section for a moment. She simply was not there. We broke line of sight for 5 to 10 seconds, and there she was. The village I live in is small, and I have never seen this person before, and I haven't seen her since. For a good 10 years, that area would terrify me at night. I would hug the fence until I had to turn my back to the area that we saw her, at which point I would run. Doesn't matter how muddy the grass was, it was genuinely too frightening to care about the condition of my shoes. I don't know how to explain this. I tell people I don't believe in ghosts if they ask, but I always offer this story as a consolation. Looking back on it, I wish I spent more time looking at her. As it was happening, despite not realizing what I was potentially looking at, but the unbroken eye contact was definitely unsettling. It made it difficult to look at her. That friend and I don't speak anymore. We haven't for around 15 years. But I bumped into him in the town about 4 years ago. The first question I asked him, once the greetings were over and done with, was, "You remember that ghost we saw?" He said, "I do, mate, aye." I stayed in a haunted house for 5 months, and it changed my life. In January or May of 2022, my mom and I had moved out of our house due to my father passing away unexpectedly at home. A friend of my mom's, whose mom also just passed away, who used to live in the house as well, was nice enough to offer that we live there until we could find a different house and get back on our feet. We had stayed at this house before to watch her dogs for a shorter period of time, like a week while they were out on vacation, and every time we would stay over, she would say, "Let me know if the spirits do anything while we're away, and I'll get on to them. But just politely tell them to stop, don't be rude." And that's what we did. We would hear noises around the house, see figures outside, see shadows down the hallway, and we would tell them to stop, and it would stop for a few hours or so. When we first settled into the new house after fully moving in, everything was as fine as it could be after that terrifying experience of my dad passing in front of us. But I do remember on the first night I was on call with my boyfriend because I couldn't sleep, and I remembered hearing things that made me terrified. My boyfriend does not believe in the paranormal, so he would always say, "It's just the house settling." But I knew it wasn't. Some things that have happened to me while I lived in this house are as follows. I had an old cabinet that the homeowner's mother, who just died as well, used to own in my room. I had clothes and my skincare inside, so I would use it daily. It was hard to close, and we had to essentially clamp it shut or else the door would swing out by itself. So like every morning, I specifically remember clamping it. but when I got home, the doors were both fully open, and one of my sweaters looked like it had been thrown on the floor. The scariest thing was that my mom had arrived home maybe 25 minutes before I did, and she said the cabinet was closed. So this happened in the span of 25 minutes. Sometimes I would get home very late after being at my boyfriend's house until 9, 10, or 11 p.m. I would get ready for bed, take a shower, and get water from the kitchen. Where my room was located, you had to walk past the front door, which is fully glass. I would always see figures in the yard or on the porch walking around. It always terrified me. The homeowner's mother, who had died, absolutely loved one of the dogs, and her name was Lady. Whenever she would want Lady around, she would always call out her name in a very specific and memorable way. One day, it was just my sister and I in the house, and the narrator's gecko. I was in the kitchen, and she was in the guest bedroom by my room. I heard what sounded exactly like the mom yelling for Lady. It was loud. I run to my sister's room. "Did you call for Lady?" I asked her. "No, why would I? She's laying on her bed right here." She pointed at the floor on the far side of the bed, and sure enough, there she was. The final experience I'll be talking about, definitely not the last I've experienced, is the biggest one for me. And it's happened to me twice. Everyone was there that evening. The homeowner and her husband, my mom, my sister, my boyfriend, and I were all in the house. We were having a big dinner. I can't remember what, but I went into the kitchen to go get a drink, and my sister said that she was going to go do the same. So I figured she was right behind me. I'm standing, facing away from the entrance, and I felt someone touch my shoulder. Not too firm, but not too gentle either. I say, "What?" and turn around, only to see my sister just then walking into the kitchen. My mouth dropped. I asked, "Did you just touch my shoulder?" She looked at me like I was crazy. "I just walked in." I started to freak out. "Someone just touched my shoulder." People ran into the kitchen to calm me down. The homeowner looked at me in shock and said, "No one has ever been touched by the spirits in this house. Maybe my daughter has been years ago, but that was when she was very little. They would always mess with her, but I'm still not sure that she actually was touched." It's safe to say, I never entered that kitchen alone ever again. So yeah, there you have it. Some of the best experiences I've had in that house. The last experience has forever changed my life. I think about it daily. For context, the house is 100+ years old. The homeowner grew up in that house and her father passed in the living room. Her mother lived with her up until a couple of days before she passed. She passed in hospice. My mom and I moved in right after. Witnessing our dad pass in our house. He very well could have followed us there, and the area of Virginia that we lived in was surrounded by battlefields nonetheless. Ominous, threatening presence related to sleep. Little bit of backstory. At my current wife's previous apartment, there were 2 instances of an event that caused us to bless the space and move a mirror that was in the area. One was her and the other was me. A dreamlike state, half awake but lucid, and aware of an ominous presence in the room, pretty much formless, but around human height. She thought someone was in her apartment. Said the presence was included in her dream until she half awoke, noticed it in real life, and went back to sleep. Shortly thereafter, the same thing happened to me at her apartment. Went to sleep, woke up, in a night terror-like state of being unable to move. But it wasn't a night terror. Noticed similar presence move from under the bed to the door and then disappear. I say this with a grain of salt, and at the time I didn't freak out till I woke up. But confidently and truthfully, nothing has ever rattled me like that did. I know what lucid dreams feel like, and that was very, very, very real. There was another instance of, a phenomenon in our new place, granted. I was high and awake. 2 mirrors faced each other in the bathroom, and in the hallway I saw movement. Needless to say, I freaked out. I chalked that up to the drugs, though, but it was quite similar, so I bookmarked it. Moved one of the mirrors as a precaution. Anyway, this is my concern now, because it may be unrelated. You know that feeling your body gives you when it thinks it's in danger? I got that, trying to go to sleep. Like when your body says, "Hey bitch, you're about to get hurt," and zaps you. Not like the sleep falling, this was different. But before those zaps, I would have vivid and quite frankly very concerning nightmares. There were about 5 nightmare/zap sequences within an hour, and the last one ended with feeling the same ominous presence walk around to my side of the bed. I made myself wake up and it went away. The kicker, though, is that while it was ominous, I've never felt in danger from it before, just startled, as if a raccoon was in the house, and only rattled on a what the fuck level, if you know what I mean, and not a level of thinking that it might want to harm us. I don't know what it is or what it could be, but I don't really want to find out. I legitimately don't know anything about true paranormal activities, so I don't know what to think. I heard a recent Redditor have a problem with mirrors and think it may have just pissed it off when I moved the mirrors away from each other. I don't know why she insists that we keep this obviously fucking cursed mirror around because it's the only common denominator, but whenever I figure this thing out, it's going in the dumpster. Aside from these sleep events and the one high event, which very well could have just been a shadow, nothing else has happened. If this is legitimately just nightmares, I'm cool with that. My parents' old house was an extremely active home. A few stories of many. Here's some brief important background information. For about 12 years, my family owned a house on a hill in a spread-out neighborhood in northern Nevada. The house was actually the highest house in a small valley and somewhat remote. The layout of the house is important, so please bear with me. The building itself was bizarre, as it was built into the slope of a hill. It was technically 3 stories, as the bottom level was half underground. We called it the basement, but I guess it really wasn't. That's where my bedroom and laundry room was. You entered the house from the 2nd level, the kitchen, dining room, and living room, and on the 3rd level was 2 small bedrooms. The first occurrence was when I lived there alone. My parents had purchased the home but couldn't make the move for a couple of months. I was watching over the place and just helping them with getting the bottom level livable. It was concrete and exposed drywall at this point, but I still chose to live down there. One night I was camped out and watching TV when I felt a strange sensation, as if there was a lot of static electricity in the air. I remember literally watching my arm hair stand up. I saw something in my peripheral and looked up to see the bedroom door sliding closed. Not violently, but slowly. Again, this was an old sliding wooden door, one that slides into the jamb or wall. No explanation like a possible draft makes any sense. It was jarring, but I wasn't at all scared. I was so new to my surroundings that I was just frustrated that I couldn't figure out the cause. Through all of my experiences in that house, I was rarely outright terrified. As the family got settled into the new home, there was a period of frequent activity, weird noises and misbehaving electronics. My family was myself, mother, and stepfather. My older sisters would live there on and off, and one of them was there for the next major event. Late one night, I heard a sudden and somewhat violent commotion upstairs. Directly above me was the kitchen, and anything happening in there was always obnoxiously loud, even just someone walking. The tile in the kitchen and general acoustics allowed for some really annoying sound travel. The sound carried so well that whenever I heard footsteps, I could tell which family member it was up there and what they were doing. If one of our dogs was in there, I could literally tell which dog it was by the little tappy taps. I often call them that, or rather, I often caught them in the act of stealing food and generally misbehaving this way. It was incredibly irritating. This particular noise sounded like two large men wrestling. It was loud. I heard a chair drag and two distinct massive individuals literally fighting, rolling around. It went on for several minutes. My parents were out of town, but one sister was also home. Her bedroom was directly above the kitchen. My first thought was that my sister must have had friends over, and they just had a few drinks. Maybe her guy friends were horsing around. I was livid and called her up to chew her out, only for her to answer and ask what on earth I was doing that was so loud. We both worked up the courage to meet in the kitchen while staying on the phone. The lights were on and no one was there. Everything was neat and in order. The noise only stopped when we neared the kitchen. This had gone for so long that we had plenty of time to contemplate what it could be while it was still happening. She ultimately stayed in my room the rest of the night. The next incident was really two incidents. My mom found a dead little bunny on the porch. The only unusual thing about it was that it was placed evenly on the doormat and had no obvious injuries. We have dogs, but they didn't seem to have access to this area. My stepdad is a sweetheart and actually buried it. Here's where it gets weird. About a week later, I was chatting with my mom as she took a break from her schoolwork. She had been using her first or second gen iPhone to utilize the dictionary and thesaurus website, and this was before iPhones had voice command capabilities like nowadays, so the model's important. As we chatted, her phone went to sleep from inactivity. At some point, the phone lit up, and the page that she was on refreshed itself as if someone had put a new search query in. We both saw this happen, and no one was touching the phone. We were obviously distracted and watched the phone to see what it was doing. The page loaded, and in the thesaurus search bar was rabbit killer, with obviously zero search results. My stepdad, an IT guy, tried to convince my mom of a technical reason for this, but later told me that it wasn't actually possible and he didn't know how it could have even happened. iPhones were a little bit more primitive back then, so no Siri. For months, we endured random noises and doors closing, so often that we actually got kind of used to it. It rarely felt hostile. And when it did feel hostile, it strangely didn't feel directed at us. It was like some spiritual shit was going on and we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time and happened to witness it. At a certain point, It did seem to take notice of us, and when it did, it really did. This is the last major incident that I'm going to list here. One night, my parents claimed they woke up to the dogs growling on the bed. They both sat up and flipped a lamp on to find me standing over their bed. My parents both wear glasses, but they aren't blind, and it's hard to mistake me. I'm about 6'3" and tower over the family. They tried talking to me, with air quotes, but got nothing in return. They were convinced that I must be sleepwalking, despite having no history of sleepwalking. They said it was actually funny, and they were amused by trying to wake me up. This thing eventually wandered off after studying them for a few minutes. What they didn't know was that I was not home that night. I was crashing at a friend's house. The next day, they were cracking up telling me about my bizarre behavior in the middle of the night. I honestly debated not even telling them that it wasn't actually me and that I wasn't home the previous night because I didn't want my mom to flip. She took it well, but I can't tell if she believed me. Some notable details. The house is near a reservation, although I'm wary of assuming anything about a culture that I'm not a part of. We're all white except my stepdad, who is Native American. This is also an area where people claim to see a lot of UFO activity. In fact, this part of Nevada in general is hot. It's considered to be a hotbed for paranormal energy in general. The Child in the Basement. This one was a bit unnerving, but not really terrifying. We've had weird experiences in our house for many years. In fact, I've smudged the house twice since the activity began. It worked, but eventually it would always start back up, but differently. I attribute this to the fact that I'm a home improvement contractor and have strange experiences in people's homes all the time. Anyway, the other day, I was down in my basement switching out laundry. My washer and dryer are in the very bottom of the stairs near my boiler and hot water heater. I put a load of clothes in the dryer, started it, and went back upstairs. As I reached the top part of the stairs, I heard a loud metallic bang, as if something heavy fell and hit the dryer. I went back down thinking that I had knocked something over when I was leaving, but couldn't find anything out of place. I looked around for a minute or two, finding nothing, and I blew it off and just went back upstairs. When I reached the top of the stairs, I was about to open the door and walk into my kitchen when I heard it again. The loud metallic bang. The same exact sound that I heard earlier. Now I'm starting to freak out a little bit. I thought maybe I put something in the dryer that could cause the noise, so I went back down, opened up the dryer, and looked through the clothes and found nothing. I restarted the dryer and waited a good 4 to 5 minutes looking around for something that could have caused the noise. I found nothing and the noise didn't happen. After I restarted the dryer, Now, I'm thinking that it could be a spirit messing with me. We had our house red last year, and the sensitive told us that we had 2 spirits that resided in our basement. One was an old woman who hung over by my little workshop on the opposite end of the basement, and the other was a little boy who resided in the area near the washer and dryer where we store all of our clothes. Thinking the boy was playing games with me, I spoke out loud to the empty room and basically said that I was okay with it sharing the house and the spirits, as long as they meant no harm to me or my family. And if they meant to scare or terrorize anybody, that they were not welcome and would have to leave. I turned around and went back upstairs, and the noise hasn't happened again. What was this? I've been babysitting for this family for 2 years now. The kids are 2 girls. A is 10 and Y is 7. This happened around September last year. The family live in the countryside with horses and a farm about 5-minute walk away. There's other houses nearby too. On this particular night, it was a little bit rainy, and Y was fast asleep while I was struggling to get A into her bed. It was around 10 p.m. and her mom was due back soon, so I was aware that she'd been pretty annoyed if she was still awake. A asked for a bedtime story, which I was happy to do. She climbed into bed and the family dog decided to join her and jumped up onto the bed too. Around 20 minutes later, A was getting pretty close to falling asleep when I heard the sound of the front door opening, followed by the inner boot room door opening too, which had a distinctive squeaking sound. I sighed knowing that now she was back and A wasn't asleep, so she'd be annoyed with A. Although when I checked my phone, I noticed she was 25 minutes early, which is strange of her. The dog instantly jumped off the bed and ran downstairs barking, which in turn caused A to sit up and ask, "Is that Mommy?" I assured her that it was okay and to lay back down as soon as she was pretty much about to fall asleep. Which she did. I got up and started walking out of her room and across the landing to the stairs. Only the top of the stairs are visible from the area I was standing. Before I could make it to the top of the stairs, I heard the sound of the mom's voice calling up, "Hello?" from the bottom of the stairs. She said it in a whisper, so I replied whispering, "Hi." Although when I got to the top of the stairs, I peered down and there was nobody there, just a weird silence and emptiness. I slowly walked down and looked around all of the rooms, but with no sign of the mom or anybody for that matter. The door was still locked and their dog was now laying down by it. Trying not to freak out, I unlocked the door, expecting to see her car or a neighbor or something. But there was no one there. I even checked in on Y, but she was still asleep. I couldn't find a cause of all of this. No intruders, no TV on, and no one was downstairs when it happened. Their mom arrived back 20 minutes after this, and I told her about what happened. She was shocked and a little bit scared, but assured me that she hadn't come back early and left again or anything like that, like I convinced myself what had happened. A thankfully didn't remember any of this the next morning. As I expected, she was half asleep when she asked, "Is that Mommy?" I'm scared to be alone after something happened at 3:33 a.m. last night. Honestly, I don't know how to start this because I sound so insane, but it started a few weeks ago. My family's been struggling pretty bad with mental health problems. For example, my mom had a stroke. My brother had experienced a car crash that had injured somebody. My grandma crashed her car, and she later had a brain aneurysm. My aunt had a heat stroke, and my mom had found lumps in her breast that she was getting tested. This had really affected me and my family. I recently moved in with my eldest sister, and she's been saying it's a sort of a spiritual attack. She had said it was a very strong spirit. My family was always having paranormal problems. However, it had caused my sister to have horrible sleep paralysis, and she was scared to see it. So she prayed. I've never been very spiritual since I was a closeted gay Baptist. I've recently started going to a Catholic church with my sister, and I've really enjoyed it. So she decided to take me again this Saturday to church. However, on the way, We got into a car accident a minute from the church. I had luckily worn a seatbelt because I had seen a police officer earlier on the ride. If I hadn't, I would have flown out the windshield since the airbags didn't deploy. Anyways, it had been a crazy day for me, and I decided to just chill with my eldest sister for that night. Then my girlfriend, Face, sort of times me and I pick up. My girlfriend FaceTimes me and I pick up. My girlfriend's not religious and had made jokes about me going to church. I laughed it off and we continued talking. It was now 3:20-ish, and I decided I'm going to go to the bathroom and take my makeup off. I have a cat and she immediately took off to the bathroom. I locked the doors and take off my makeup, but then my mom with my girlfriend drops. But my call with my girlfriend drops. I look at the time and it's 3:33. All of a sudden, somebody was banging on the door. I start to panic and sit on the floor and start shaking. I start calling my sister to come and get me out of the bathroom when something starts playing with my cat under the door. I start to freak out and then my doorknob starts jiggling. I think it's my sister and look outside. Nothing was there. I just start sobbing and crying more until I hear my sister open the door. My brother-in-law looks around and nobody was there. I don't know how to feel about this. I'm only a minor and truly I've never been so scared in my life. Things have also been disappearing from my room. Please give me some help on what to do. Book Sent from Heaven. I started kindergarten at 3, and there I met my friend F. We were friends until his passing when he was 20. We were also classmates until we were 14, as he changed schools. Grade 8 was the last that we shared together. I'm aware that grade numbers are different depending on the country. I'm clarifying just in case. Almost 4 years after his passing, I was in a very dark place. I had a job and money issues. I didn't feel prepared for a final. I was heartbroken. And on a particular Friday, I remember speaking to a friend about my suspicions that I had been molested as a child. I don't think so now. Anyway, I remember that on the day, I promised myself that I wouldn't leave the house the following days, that I would stay in during the weekend, because that's what I do when I'm sad. I even had a plan to watch documentaries. The very next day, on a Saturday, my sister informed me that she had lost her ID, but she needed to go to the concert that night. I suggested that maybe she'd left it at the English Institute that she'd go to twice a week. I asked a friend of mine who worked as a teacher there if she had seen it. She hadn't, but offered to look it up and go with me in the afternoon. Again, this was a Saturday, so the institute was closed. She would open it just for me. As I was waiting for her to arrive outside of the institute, I saw that a shop that was near sold. I saw that a shop that was near sold used books. They had hundreds of books inside the shop, and outside, they'd place a table on the street with like 20 piles of books. Each pile had like 4 books. Only one book was open. I recognized it. It was a book I had used in the 8th grade. I checked its owner, and it was my friend's, the one who had passed away 4 years before. He had sold the book when we were 14. It even had my writing on it. I guess we did homework together. I bought it and gave it to his mother as a present. It always felt like it was his way of saying that he was there for me, especially after having confessed my childhood suspicions. Creepy landlord. So I used to live in this old house with my partner and a friend of mine. It was rumored that a mother killed her baby and hung herself afterwards in one of the bedroom closets. That place always gave me the creeps, especially upstairs in the little corner of my bedroom. Well, one night I had gotten up to go get a drink and a snack. I grabbed a drink from our entryway and then went into the kitchen to grab something to eat from the fridge. I set my drink on the kitchen counter and started to walk toward the fridge. As I was about to open the fridge door, I noticed something in the corner of my eye jump off of the counter and land on the floor. It was the drink that I had just set there. I sat there for about 10 seconds in disbelief, because this was a full bottle of vitamin water, and I know for a fact that it didn't just tip over and fall. It had literally flung off of the counter and landed on the floor. I noped the fuck out of there and went upstairs to seek comfort with my partner. I left the drink and decided not to grab a snack. I told my friend about what happened the next day, and he said that he had experienced some similar things happen as well, but kind of just brushed them off. Well, not long after this happening, my mother showed me a video of my landlord on this paranormal activity YouTube channel. On that episode, he's talking about conjuring up spirits and openly inviting them. My mom freaked out and burned sage in every square inch of that place. The landlord's name is Josh. He always gave me a weird vibe. But I never expected that. A clear figure in the motion detection video thumbnail, but nothing in the video. A good friend of mine recently shared the events that led to this photo, all of which happened to a good friend of his named Kimberly. She came home sometime in the hour of 1 or 2 in the morning. As she was about to head upstairs to let her father know that she had arrived home safely, she heard a noise. Weird enough for her to do a quick walk through the main floor before actually heading upstairs. As she reached the top, the alarm system went off. "Warning! An intrusion has been detected," appeared on the phone screen. Oops, that was not a voice, my bad. Kimberly's father came out from the bedroom and tried to hurry to the entirety of his family to the upstairs room so he could go check out the situation. He checks the house and doesn't find anything odd with any of the rooms in the house until he opens the inside door to the garage. The garage door to the outside was wide open. During the commotion, Vivint phones Dad to see if everybody's safe. Although the garage door was open, there was no intruder or immediate danger to report on. After ending the call, locking the house, and arming the system again, a second notification appears on their phone. Kimberly's family has a premium package with Vivint services. Including in this package are motion-sensing cameras that you can set to program at certain hours for specific dates for when your family's away for extended periods of time. When these cameras detect motion at a designated time, it will clip and send the recording to the user's phone. The second notification opened up to the following. All of this happened in August of 2019, and there have been no answers yet. Our friend shared this story on our podcast a month ago. Kimberly was wearing nothing similar to what the figure was wearing, but what about the video? Play the video. When played, there's nothing that appears in the entire clip. Even when you click and drag and scrub through frame by frame, nothing appears. The only thing that we have is the thumbnail of the video. Morgan's Corner. 226 years ago, King Kamehameha, yes, Goku's favorite move as far as I know, it's actually named after our Hawaiian king, was working to unite the entire 8 separate islands under one kingdom. During his conquest to Oahu, Oahu's armies were overwhelmed and retreated into Nuuanu's valley. As Kamehameha chased them up the mountain, they met their fate as Nuuanu meets a pali, which means cliff, that stands over 1,000 feet tall. They were cornered. In May of 1795, over 700 people were pushed off by Kamehameha's armies. Many of the bodies remained at the bottom of that pali. Near that same cliff point, and 150 years later, 2 escaped prisoners murdered Therese Wilder in her home. She died from a broken jaw received from the struggle, and by suffocation from the gag that they had placed around her neck and mouth. That area's namesake comes from Dr. James Morgan, who also lived there. Morgan's Corner is a hotbed for paranormal activity. I'm confident that history has left grimy fingerprints on that area, and it has an effect today. From orbs to figures, it's allegedly been there and done that. Here's mine. I watched the darkness swallow the light. Let me lay the scene a little further. I grew up 15 minutes away from Morgan's Corner. The area now has a heavily trafficked 4-lane highway that cuts up the side of the cliff and through a tunnel to the other side of the island. This is the Pali Highway. The highway traverses thick-ass vegetation, huge monkey pods that shield like umbrellas, banyans that droop like melting plastic, excuse me if I said that word wrong, and a host of other beautiful types of tropical plants and trees. Tucked away in this forest, in a turn-off point that's invisible to those who blink at the wrong moment. This turn-off leads to Morgan's Corner. Some friends and I decided to check it out. We took 2 cars and caravaned as soon as it was dark. Vehicles don't go very far, or there's concrete roadblocks there. Foot traffic is allowed, and there's a space on both sides to allow for it. During the day, people will go on jogs and walk dogs there. It's sort of a residential neighborhood that's somewhat near the main highway. At night, there's no street lighting to illuminate any of it. As Boy Scouts, we came prepared. A few heavy-duty maglite flashlights, a pocket knife, and some water. We were planning to explore the property that Therese Wilder lived at. The house she lived in had long been torn down, and no one lives in Morgan's Corner now. A brisk walk, and you're there in under 5 minutes. For some, including me, it was our first time there. My homie Shane spearheaded the escapade, and one of the older kids who drove, confidently and respectfully, guided the group. On a humid night like this one, perspiration was immediate. Walking on wet gravel, we broke the silence pretty easily, alerting everything that we were approaching. A couple of friends cracked jokes in efforts of lightening the mood, but the undercurrent was steady and tense. Then we arrived. Still, Shane was at the front of the group, and I'm glad it was him. His calm manner helped us all get out safely from what happened next. Jaren walked ahead further into the property. Maglite torches are pretty powerful. They cut through like a lightsaber. But it didn't light up the entire corner like floodlights or a lantern would. It gave off some ambient light, but not much. Jaren was in the spotlight as the 3 flashlights that we did were sort of pointed in the trees and other surroundings, as whoever held it was just sort of surveying the area. Jaren had now reached 5 yards in front of the group. Feeling anxious for him and myself, I intently watched him from the middle of the group when Shane swung his flashlight towards Jaren's back. The beam of light never illuminated Jaren. The light that so easily pierced the pitch black was now cut off. Jaren was still in sight from some of the ambient light, but the Hollywood red carpet-like beam of light looked like it had hit a wall, except there was no wall, like someone blocked the beam with their hand. Except there was no hand. The beam stopped in midair, almost as if Jaren had walked into an invisible box that didn't allow a beam to pass beyond a certain point. I watched the darkness swallow the light. This event happened in the span of about 2 or 3 seconds. Shane stepped toward Jaren, grabbed his shirt, and said strongly to everybody, "Let's go." The assertiveness was palpable enough that no one questioned it. Calmly and quickly, we made it to our cars, down the unlit road back onto the main highway and home without incident. For that, I'm thankful. Me, Shane, and another one of our friends watched as it happened. The rest of the boys, including Jaren, were unaware of what happened. I never spoke about it with them, none of them for me. I'm not sure if Shane or our other friend told the others what happened. I don't know what that was. I have zero frame of reference for what happened. I host a podcast where me and my 2 best friends tell first and secondhand scary stories, and in the 400+ stories that we've heard and told, nothing is similar to what we experienced that night in Morgan's Corner. At this point, I'm not really interested in an answer, mainly because I'm pretty doubtful there is one. But I love this sub and hope we get more people sharing their experiences with the unknown. If anyone has a story that wants to be featured and retold in their podcast, let me know. I posted a year ago on this sub asking for stories and got a positive response and credited those who shared. Hope it's still okay to plug that real quick. Let me know if it's not. Anyway, trust your gut and watch your back. Everyone, especially your friends. My grandfather's spirit protected me. I've only ever shared it with my sister. To start off, my grandfather was a Marine and bought a nice single-family house in Texas. Growing up, my grandparents' house was a safe haven from an abusive father and a withdrawn mother. They fed us, loved us, and took care of us when our parents failed. I grew up hearing that our grandfather, quote, killed all the monsters in the house to keep us safe, end quote. After they passed, their spirits could still be felt around us. The rocking chair that my grandmother rocked in during her life still rocked by itself at night, and the lamp by my grandfather's favorite spot on the couch turned on at random times. I, a 24-year-old female, remember going into my parents' bedroom once when I was about 5. Their bedroom used to be my grandparents' as well, after they inherited the house. I laid down in their bed for a nap and felt some sort of energy in the room. I could see a tall, shadowy figure staring down at me from the corner of the bed. I remember feeling a sadness that didn't belong to me, if that makes any sense. It's really hard to explain. I truly felt that I wasn't alone in the room, and someone was in there with me, offering a sad sort of comfort. At some point, according to my sister, my biological father entered the room. I don't remember this. I think I was fast asleep. He left first, then I left the room after my nap. My brothers noted that my nightgown was inside out, backwards, and my hair was way more messy than a nap should have caused. Sometimes I think it was my grandfather's spirit there. He knew what kind of man my biological father was, and sometimes I think he ensured that I was in a deep sleep to prevent me from remembering. In my conscious mind, that is, what had happened. I have all the symptoms of CSA, but I don't remember any of it. My grandfather did always promise to fight off the monsters. I think sometimes the monsters can be memories. Unlock the secrets of the supernatural with Paranormal M. If you're fascinated by ghostly encounters, mysterious phenomena, and things that go bump in the night, subscribing and turning on notifications is a must. Join us on this eerie journey. My uni accommodation was haunted. For context, in the UK, for the first year of university, we're usually put into shared accommodation, and for some reason, our one was haunted. Anyways, starts of chill for the first 2 weeks, getting drunk, making friends, and then all of a sudden I start hearing and seeing things. The door to our rooms are loud as hell, and you can hear when someone enters or leaves rooms, or enters the kitchen. There were 8 of us in our flat at that thing. And I would hear one or multiple knocks on my door, sometimes quiet, sometimes loud. I would also hear shuffling like footsteps in my room late at night, but only if I was in the room alone. Then about a month in, we're all in the kitchen discussing weird stuff that's been happening to all of us, and while we're talking about how it could be haunted half-heartedly, my flatmate feels something tap her shoulder, and I was the only one who could have reached and possibly done it, but I didn't, and safe to say, we all left the kitchen. Lots of weird crap happened, but here are the main events. I told my parents about the whole ordeal, and my mom put a cross in my room, and in the middle of the night it fell over forward when originally it was placed on its back, slanting against the wall on my desk. The natural way would be to maybe slip on its back. 2. In the kitchen, 5 of us were sitting and eating, when in the corner of my eye, I see my drawer open. And then all of us are staring at it because, what the hell, it just opened on its own, and then it slammed shut. It was one of those drawers that have a soft close, so I don't even know how that was possible. Then we were all spooked. When we were about to leave, when a knife that was on a chopping board spun off the counter onto the floor. For context, a small butter knife, not like Scream or anything. I was in my room doing my makeup with my flatmate when she said that she saw a black shadow thing in my mirror. And I was used to all the weird stuff and kind of brushed it off. She left a little earlier, or rather she left a little later, and as I'm jamming to music and getting ready my Yankee Candle, the candle in that thick, heavy glass with the top. No lie, it flies off my shelf to the other side of my desk. Scared the life out of me. I got chills, grabbed my shit, and slept in my flatmate's room for that night. Before going out clubbing, where I haven't even drank yet, me and all my flatmates are eating and chatting in the hallway, which has those automatic lights that turn off every 30 seconds. She stood in the middle of the hallway and the lights turn off. But they do have a small green light, I think, which is the battery light, where they can sort of create small shadows, so it's not pitch black. I go to press the switch for the light, and I see this big-ass man-like figure a few feet behind her, but I just quickly switch the light on. Not to ruin the night's mood or scare her, I told her the next day when we were hungover. Other stuff happened, but these seemed the most significant to me. And also the people who lived in the flat next and above us said weird stuff happened with them too, so it wasn't just us. strange experience where I went into a parallel universe or alternate reality. This happened back in 2014. I went to Walgreens a few blocks from my house at night to buy a few items. While I was there, this guy down the aisle from me started talking to me like he knew me, but I didn't know him. Never seen him before in my life. He asks me how things are going and asked if I was still working for Joe. Joe was the name of my boss that I worked for a while when I was in college. I told him no, that I wasn't still working for Joe because I had graduated and gotten a full-time job. I was so confused and asked how he knew me. He seemed surprised that I didn't remember him and said that he was Joe's son, which was weird because the Joe I worked for didn't even have a son. Just 2 daughters. He could tell I was confused and asked if I was okay. I replied that I was fine, but that I didn't remember him. He was still shocked that I didn't know him. Eventually, the conversation ended, and I went my own way. A few months later, I ran into the old boss, Joe, and I told him I ran into someone that said that he was his son, and asked just to make sure that he didn't have a son. He said, "Nope, not that I know of." I still don't know what to make of that encounter, but it was bizarre to say the least. My theory is that I somehow entered an alternate, maybe an alternate universe or an alternate reality, but I don't really know. Maybe I dreamed the whole thing. Who knows? Ask Reddit. In fall of 2016, I moved into half of a really old house. It was built in the 1880s, a stone's throw from the original campus of Indiana University, which is now a park filled with homeless people and drug addicts. The owners basically turned it into a weird duplex. My friend had lived maybe right before I moved in, and he claimed that it was haunted, but I didn't really believe him because he was a bit of an odd guy. Anyways, the layout of the house was also weird. You walked in the door, and were in the living room type of a space, and then you kept walking and there was a doorway to the bedroom. And past that was the kitchen. No doors, only door inside the apartment was to the bathroom and the one that led to the shared basement. So my first night there was uneventful. I was a little uncomfortable because I hadn't lived by myself in a long time, and I was just feeling lonely and kind of on edge. I stayed up late and then eventually fell asleep, but I woke up again around 3 a.m. Cliché, I know, but what woke me up was what sounded like a group of drummers drumming on every flat surface of the living room. It went on for a while, and I was completely terrified. It was just a cacophony of sound. After about 2 or 3 minutes, I finally gathered up all the balls to get up and check on it. And as soon as I passed the threshold to the living room, it just stopped. Nothing happened the rest of the night, but I didn't get much sleep. A couple days later, a friend was visiting, and he was about to leave. We were standing by the front door next to my bookshelf, and I told him about how I was having trouble sleeping, and the story from the first night. As I was saying this, a book threw itself off the bookshelf and onto the floor 3 feet away. It had to fly past the dresser to the shelf that was perched and landed between the two of us. He just gave me a creeped out look and said that he had to go. I don't blame him. Eventually, I asked the guy in the other half what was up, as he'd lived there for about 8 years. He told me that no one stayed longer than a year and they all reported the same shit. For whatever reason, he said nothing ever happened on his side. Doesn't make sense, but there it is. Here's an edit with some more stories that I added below. Alright, so a lot of what happened was really small stuff. You would just hear stuff shuffling around in the room that you weren't in. The light to the shared basement would randomly come on at night, even when the neighbor was traveling. Sometimes I would feel something get into my bed, like a cat, and nothing was there. Even after I ended up with a pair of cats. I had a lot, and I mean a lot of nightmares there. That was the bulk of it. But I have 2 stories that were more notable, and here they are. So the first one isn't that long, but again, I was woken up by something in the middle of the night, like a loud crashing sound. So, in the living room, there was an old electric organ with about 6 inches of clearance from the wall. I stashed a folding chair like you would buy at IKEA in between the organ and the wall. The crashing sound was the folding chair being unfolded and slammed into the middle of the room. By this point, I already had the cats, and they were just sitting there, kind of just staring at it when I came into the room. Secondly, I will admit, it has a sort of conventional explanation that I actually find much, much scarier than if it were paranormal. So at some point, I reconnected with an old friend who had moved home from California when his dad got cancer. He ended up living with me, which was not really ideal, because as I said earlier, there were no doors, no privacy. But we became close friends. Being poor, we made it work. So we ended up dating this girl who lived about 3 blocks down the road and would often leave and sleep over there. I got him a job where I worked 9 to 5, and we would alternate driving to work in the mornings. Anyways, one night he's over at the girl's house spending the night, and I went to bed. Sometime in the night, he came back home and he went to the bathroom, which was in my room. Remember, no doors, so he had to walk past my bed to use the toilet. I wake up and he's in there taking a piss, and I can see the light on underneath the door. When he's done and turns the light off, unusual, and lays down to sleep on the couch like usual, it was winter and the cats had been escaping and coming back late at night, and one of them had been outside earlier, so I wondered if he had come in with my roommate. And if not, if he would have seen him come home and be waiting at the door. So I decided to get up and check. I got to the door, open it, no Luke. I close the door and he's sitting right there by my feet with his sister. Okay, I look at the couch. Roomie's already fast asleep as usual. All is good. I go back to sleep. I wake up in the morning and Roomie's gone. I go about my routine and step out to smoke a cigarette while my car warms up. As it gets closer to 9, I begin to debate leaving him to drive himself when I see him come sprinting down the sidewalk. We get in the car and start to go to work, and I ask him what time he left in the morning to go back for seconds at his girlfriend's place. He said he was there all night, and I about shit my pants. So I know for a fact the door was locked because the door had some ancient fucking lock design that's locking automatically every time you used it. I also know for a fact that my cat was outside and in the morning he was back in the house. I don't know what to make of it, but it was really unsettling. And just for fun, a third story. I said earlier that my house wasn't far from a park that junkies and homeless people, frequented. In summer of 2017, it was late, and I had heard a bunch of noise on my porch, so I went to investigate. There were 2 dudes huddled right by my steps with a flashlight, and I asked them what the fuck they were doing. They replied using English words, but not something I would describe as language. Then they started walking toward that park through my yard, and the whole time, one of them was just calling back to me. "Hey, it's the dark. Sorry." I always go, "Oh, I don't have paranormal encounters." Then I remember all my weird experiences, Let's start here. Since I was a kid, my family volunteered at a living history museum. If you don't know what that is or want an idea of what this place was like, they basically got a bunch of old houses and buildings and put them on a plot of land. And throughout the year, they had different events and had school groups come through and staff were dressed up and gave tours. One time, when we were volunteering there in spring for an event, it was a very, very cold and rainy day, so there were no visitors. But we had to be there just in case there was. Since it was so cold, everyone was huddled around a heater trying to keep warm and get through the day. To combat the boredom, we told stories. One of the older women who worked there got to telling spooky stories from her childhood that were supposedly true. A bit later, everyone there saw a curtain in the house across from us get pulled open as if someone was watching us. That can be possibly debunked as a heater blowing the curtain, but it was pulled in the middle as if a hand was cupping around it, so it's kind of hard to say. My second story from this place was on the 4th of July when we were closing down. All guests were gone, buildings were locked up, and the staff were getting their things and leaving. I was in the village square area all by myself waiting for my mom and sister, and I was looking up to watch the fireworks. My town's pretty big on fireworks shows, right next to the museum. And all of a sudden, I hear the organ in the church start playing, which really weirded me out because I watched everybody come out of there, and the building gets locked up probably 5 minutes before I heard the noise. The next day, I confirmed with the people there that it got completely locked up when I saw them do so. Okay, so next experience happened a bit after the organ one. So basically, I had this pair of earbuds, and all of a sudden they started acting up when I was listening to music. My music would get paused randomly without me doing anything, and I would hear a creepy nursery rhyme and lullaby song that you would hear in a horror movie playing in the earbuds. But I'd press play on the music and it would stop. This would continue to happen again occasionally before it ramped up. It got to where the lullaby played constantly, and I couldn't do anything about it. I even unplugged the earbuds, and it continued. At that point, I just threw them away. Last story here. This one happened last summer. So throughout the day, I kept randomly feeling a patch of hot air that was about torso height and was about the same size as an adult man with some muscle to him. It was burning hot. Now let's fast forward to the night. I'm sleeping and having a weird dream, and in this dream I'm at a park and there's a cement building with bathrooms and a hallway and benches, kind of like a baseball dugout. I walked through the hallway past the bathroom doors to the back left corner of the hallway. The farther I go, the more and more dark and heavy and just evil it feels. And when I finally get to the corner, it's burning hot, like that feeling I kept feeling all day. I run out and suddenly bolt wide awake. I'm not even half asleep at this point. I'm fully awake and conscious, and all of a sudden, I'm slammed back against my wall and start getting choked. Something has my hands around my neck and is choking me and pushing me back, and then all of a sudden stops. I still feel just the most negative energy I have ever had in my room and start telling it to sternly that it needs to leave, and that did the trick. Then a couple of nights later, I'm lying in my dark room about to go to sleep when all of a sudden I feel that negative energy again. I tell it to leave, and after doing that for a few minutes, the feeling goes away, and thankfully I haven't felt it again. And if anybody can hear that sound in the background while I'm talking here, that's no joke. A hose outside of my house that turned on by itself. Someone with knowledge, please tell me what's going on. My husband and I, both in our early 20s, moved into our first house together in Italy this past November while expecting our first child. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I was alone in the house all day while he was at work. And for a month by myself while he was in Germany for work, I was very pregnant and asleep a lot of the time. But when I was awake, I didn't experience anything notable. About a week before our baby was born, my husband and I both started hearing creaking and the doors closing by themselves. Things would fall off the walls, etc. And he's not really a believer in any sense, so him validating these things made me start to have feelings of concern. The day I went into labor, we heard a door slam on the other side of the house. But because we were making sure that we were prepared to bring home a whole new human, we kind of ignored it. Flash forward to now, our baby is 2.5 months old, and last week a red rubber ducky was placed outside of our bedroom door, sometime between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. while everyone was asleep in our bedroom. The baby sleeps in a bedside bassinet. The rubber duckies were all placed on the bathroom counter, which is obviously completely sturdy, and there were 5 of them. Why would only one have been specifically placed outside of our door in the hallway? And today, I always shut lights off in our rooms as I'm leaving them, and generally keep lights off during the day anyway to conserve energy since it's light out. It's just my baby and I in the house, and I run into our bedroom to grab something that I left in there and turn the lights off and close the door. I go back into that area of our house into her nursery, and about 5 minutes later, and I see the bedroom light is on. I shut it off and go back into the living room, and just a little bit ago, I went into her nursery again to grab something of hers, and see that there are 2 out of 3 stuffed animals I had arranged together months ago, just casually tossed in the middle of the room. We're the first people to live in the house, confirmed by our landlord who built it. And when my mother-in-law came to stay about a month ago, she was awoken by something grabbing her foot. Strange encounter. Still no answers. A little background info on me. I'm a first-time Reddit user, and I only created this because my girlfriend recommended I share my experience with the users on here. I'm a first responder in a major city on the East Coast of the US with over 10 years of experience. I don't get rattled by things easily, but this encounter was very unsettling, and I wanted to see if anyone else had an experience like this. Earlier this month, May 2019, I decided to take a trip to a convenience store to get a few household items. The store is located about 3 city blocks from my house, but since it was a rainy day, I decided to drive. As I was heading southbound, I was stopped at the red light when I observed a white male approximately 50 or 55 years of age walking northbound with a thick-framed glass, or eyeglasses, and wearing a gray t-shirt, blue jeans, tan work boots, and had a Philadelphia 76ers hat that was very unique with the Liberty Bell and a snake wrapped around it. That's what got my attention in the first place. I thought it was a sick hat. About 30 seconds later, I arrived at the parking lot of my destination. I exited my vehicle and did a cursory check of my surroundings, which I always do as a force of habit. I immediately noticed the same man with the same hat and glasses, dressed completely different, other than that he was standing approximately 50 feet from where I was staring at me. So I'm guessing where he was staring at me, grinning. There was no way that he could have sprinted and made it to my location in that period of time, let alone perform a full wardrobe change in the same time. I waved at him and asked him if he had just been at a location where I observed him. He turned and slowly walked away without saying anything. Ghost of a young boy. I never spoke publicly about this. It might not be the most action-packed story, but it is 100% true. I'll put that on my honor. Summer 2003. Me, a 15-year-old male, and two of my friends are sitting on the couch at our friend's house. We'll call him Joe. Now, before I recount my actual experience, I gotta preface it by saying Joe always had a free house during the day because his parents were working. So we would routinely spend our days there. Joe didn't bring it up much, but occasionally he would talk about this little boy ghost that haunted the house. Of course, we were very dismissive. Actually, we broke his balls relentlessly because of it. We were at his house all the time. Almost every day for hours and never seen a thing. Myself and my two friends were sitting on the couch that faced the stairway, just bullshitting with the group, and we hear what sounded like a person running down the steps. We all look up and see a preteen boy fly down the stairs and very loudly, almost violently, slam the vestibule and the front storm door. Now, Joe has a brother that age, so let me and my two friends run over and we open the door expecting to find him running down the street. We didn't see anyone on the block, and my friend made a comment that little Joe wasn't nearly fast enough to make it down the block before we got to the door. He was kind of fat. We go to sit back down, and before the last one of us was in the door, quote-unquote little Joe comes up to the top of the steps and asked, "Who the fuck is slamming the doors?" That's when it all clicked. I was in denial. Hell, all three of us were. We grilled this kid under threat of an ass beating if he had a friend over or anything to rationalize the experience. The house is a row home that sits mid-block on a big street. If anyone left that house, I would have seen them. I was 3 steps behind when I seen that kid run out. Even if it was a kid and he picked the lock at warp speed, then ran to the abandoned house next door, I would have seen or heard something. The image of that transparent little bastard is burnt into all of our brains. Made me a believer in something. Can cats see ghosts? I hate it when the cats are being weird. This happened a couple weeks ago. I was walking by the door of our lounge and noticed our cat, Luna, just sitting and staring. So I took this video. I actually took 3 videos because our other cat came in and started acting weird too. We've had the mannequin for a while now, and they weren't staring at it, but behind it at the bricks. I don't know what they saw or heard, but nothing was there. I'm thinking maybe something from outside that they could hear, but I couldn't. And last night, I came back home after a brief errand, and Luna was in the living room staring up into nothing again, moving his head as he followed whatever he saw with his eyes. I did get it on video, but I'm not sure if I can post more than 1 video at a time. Earlier this week, I was on the sofa watching TV, and the TV's on a Lazy Susan that can rotate. But then I'd go outside to talk with the repairman. When I came back in about 15 minutes later, the television was turned almost 90 degrees. I didn't get a photo. It was freaky, but I blamed one of the cats, thinking maybe he had jumped on the TV cabinet and put all of his weight on the TV so that it turned. Fast forward to last night. My partner had gone to bed, and at some point, I noticed that one of our very large music speakers was rotated completely around, again around 90 degrees, so that instead of facing out into the room like it usually is, it was facing the front door and foyer area. I showed my partner this morning and he asked if he had turned it that way for some reason, and he said that he didn't remember even ever turning it. By the way, there's no logical reason that we'd want to project sound toward our front door. And then I noticed that both speakers were turned toward the front door. Again, he said he didn't remember doing it when we last listened to records last week, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't for some reason. He's a music guy and has spun records for parties and events off and on for years, and he's very knowledgeable about how music should be projected in any given room. He admitted that he can't imagine why he'd ever want to turn our speakers that way. He's more of a ghost skeptic, but says that it was very weird. Don't watch The Conjuring. So growing up, my mom and dad were together for 12 years, and then stuff happened, a divorce, but before the divorce, my mom started seeing things that she didn't quite understand. Then again, she did because she came from a Native American culture, or heritage, so they would talk about these things, but she didn't understand why they were attacking her. Specifically, she would ask my dad for help, but he sent her to a psychiatric hospital, and she's now diagnosed with schizophrenia. After all that happened, she would come home and not be the same. She would yell out of nowhere at something that really wasn't there, and she would have seizures, falling asleep while driving, constantly scared all of us. But I was there through all of it. I just remembered this one specific time when we were watching The Conjuring, and it was at the same part where the mother was getting it. The demon released from her body, and my mom went into a seizure. All of my sisters were panicking and freaking out, and my mom's boyfriend at the time told us to go into another room. So I took me and my sisters into another room, and we closed the door, and we were all just trying to calm my sister down. All of a sudden, my dog starts growling at the door, and the shadow walks up, and I stand up and I swing the door open and nothing's there. Then she runs under the bed. Nothing's happened ever since that day. My mom's been fine since then. There are things that happen here and there, but she still sometimes falls asleep while driving, which is why me and my sister drive now. That's the only thing that's permanently affected her from this. Don't watch The Conjuring, Part 2. Okay, so since I said I was going to tell you the whole story, here it goes. When I was younger, spooky stuff always happened, but I never would pay any mind to it. When my mom and dad started having problems, my mom changed, like a scary change. It hurt to see my mother like that. It all really started falling down one night when my mom busted in me and my sister's room. She was so mad and she says, "Why the fuck are y'all coming into my room pestering me in my sleep?" Me and my sister were so confused because we went to sleep a couple hours earlier, but it wasn't us. So she checked my little sister's room and they were knocked out cold. My mom just told us to go back to bed after that, but she came back. Not even 5 minutes later, screaming at us again, saying that we were whispering in her ear. My heart dropped. My dad came into our room asking everyone what was going on. My mom explained that me and my sister were explained. My mom was calling us liars and accusing us of taunting her, so my dad made all of us sleep together. Me and my sisters all slept next to each other on the floor. And my mom started screaming again, "Why won't you let me sleep?" All of us woke up scared, wondering why she was doing this to us. Her dad told us to go to sleep in the living room, so we did, and they locked their door behind us. We all slept sound after that, and a couple of weeks roll by and my mom and dad are starting to settle a divorce because he sent her to a psychiatric hospital. She was there for a week, and my dad sent us to our uncle's house and moved out while everybody was gone. My mom came home and she was like a zombie, like they took her soul out of her body. She constantly talked about how they were treating her like an experiment. She said they taunted her about how they were going to have control of her life, and no one would believe her. She says that they put a microchip into her body, and they still talk to her till this day. Then she started having random seizures. She started falling asleep on the road no matter how long the drive is. Me, age 12 at the time, had to step up and learn how to drive because I was scared for our safety. I knew something was really wrong, that whatever she was saying was for real. One time, me and my sisters were picking up things around the house, and my mom was sitting on the couch facing the hallway, and she breaks out into a seizure. She was trying to talk, and she finally said, "Who is she?" And still shaking, she lifts up her arm to point at the hallway. My face turned white as I looked toward the hallway. The lights, they flickered, and you could see a faint shadow. I seen it with my own eyes. I was forced to keep it to myself because my sisters didn't quite understand, and I didn't want to startle them. After my mom gained consciousness, I asked her what happened, and she was just as confused as I was. She said, "It felt like I was being shocked by a taser. I know the feeling too well. I had to get used to it, working for security." And then I asked her, "Well, what about the girl?" She looked at me with fear in her heart and asked, "Did you see her too?" I shook my head with a hesitant yes, not wanting to scare her even more. She said, "Don't be scared, they can't touch you." Just seeing that, I knew it was bullshit. I don't want to see that, and I was worried. I just told her, "Okay." A few nights go by and weird stuff was happening all over the house. Scratching on the walls, knocking on the windows, our dogs growling at thin air. It was starting to be too much. One night, my mom had finally come home with her new boyfriend. Eye roll. She starts telling me that I'm going to go pick up your auntie and her boyfriend. They're in Texas. I angrily asked, "Is your new boyfriend coming?" She shakes her head yes, chuckling at me, and I said, "I don't want to go." She said okay, and headed on her own way. I was at home alone for about an hour, and me and my dog were in the living room, and I was watching TV, when all of a sudden I hear this loud crying. And if you're wondering, I did forget to mention that my sister was out with our dad, so I knew 100% that it wasn't them. It was coming from my mom's room. I get up and start walking towards this loud weeping. It sounded like it was coming from a younger girl. I get to her door and I press my ear against it, and it's louder. I swing the door open and the room is empty. My dog starts growling and barking viciously, like he's seen another dog in his presence. I take off to my room and turn my lights on and start drawing to get my mind off things. I couldn't call my mom because at the time I had a phone with 30 minutes that I had used up already. Then my dog started growling at the hallway, and this sort of tall shadow walks up, and my dog walks right up to it and starts going crazy. Everything starts going crazy. I started hearing knocks on the window. My closet was shaking so bad that you could hear my hangers rattling. My radio started blasting eerie music. I just hid under my blankets until all of a sudden everything went silent. Pull my head out from the blankets and everything's normal. My dog's sitting down. My radio was turned off. I was so scared. Finally, my mom came home. I cried to her and told her everything. She gave me the evilest look a mother could give her child, and she says, "That's what you get for trying to be mad at me." My heart dropped because I never knew my mom to speak to me like this. Braided hair and phone placed elsewhere. I want to tell you about two events that took place in 2020, and then towards the end of 2021. As an idea, I lived with my grandparents. It was summer of 2020, and one day my grandfather had an accident and had to be taken to the hospital. My grandmother left with him, and they left me home alone. They thought that they might make it back by that evening, so they left me with some work to do. I had to feed the animals that we had at home. When it was already getting dark, around 10 p.m., I decided to call my grandmother to see what was going on. She said that she didn't think that she would come back home that evening, so I stayed alone for the whole night, closed all the windows and locked the doors. I was very afraid of thieves, especially since I was alone. That evening, I didn't sleep well. I watched TV and left the light on in 2 rooms. Around 9 a.m., I started talking on a video call with a friend. I got into bed and wrapped myself up. The phone was on the bed in front of me. Around 10 a.m., started telling my friend that it was possible, or that it was probably possible to fall asleep. So I closed my eyes and fell asleep on the video call. When I woke up, I heard my phone ringing. I wanted to take it from where it was, but it wasn't there. It was placed face down on the bedside table. I didn't pay attention to it and just answered the phone and talked to my grandmother, who said that she was on her way and she was coming home. While I was waiting for her, I realized that I hadn't put the phone on the bedside table before I fell asleep. I asked my friend if she saw anything strange, and she told me that after she saw that I fell asleep, she took a screenshot and hung up. In 2021, around November, I stayed with my aunt because my grandparents' house was under construction. So me and my grandparents stayed with my aunt, and her house wasn't far from ours. I stayed with her for about a week, but my aunt had to leave the country, so my grandparents went with her. The problem is, they had to leave home around 3 a.m. to get to the airport. So they left around 2 or so in the morning, and I was still awake when they left. I was watching videos. My hair was loose that evening because I had just washed my head. After some time, I fell asleep. I fell asleep face up, and my grandparents still hadn't returned. When I woke up around 6 in the morning, I saw that my hair was braided. The problem was that it wasn't braided with a hair elastic, it was simply braided loosely, and only on one side. I got out of bed and checked to see if my grandparents had arrived home, and they were home. When my grandmother woke up, I asked her if she had entered the room while I was sleeping and braided my hair. She said no, and that she'd gone straight to bed and slept. I feel unsafe in my own home, and I don't know what to do. I remember getting really into spirits thanks to my friend who was into spiritual stuff and was trying out witchcraft. and I happened to get caught up in it. I remember her introducing me to my spirit guides and confirming that I had more than one who I knew of. So I went out and got myself a pendulum. I could speak to her more often and get some advice every now and again. I got really into it, and eventually I would start to see her around my house. But there's nothing wrong with that. It started maybe a month after that she started appearing to me, that I started hearing a male voice from any time between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. I ignored him at first, thinking that it was just my imagination, but eventually I started indulging in it and started conversing with him through my pendulum. I found out that his name was Shirley, and he was fairly nice and claimed to be another one of my spirit guides. I didn't question it, as I felt drawn to him in the same way that I was drawn to my first spirit guide. I forgot to mention her name as a guider. Her name is Guider. I eventually told my friend about this, and she warned me to be careful, but never outright said that he had malicious intentions. Being a bit naive in the situation, yeah, I know this is stupid, but I was so enamored by him, almost like I was in a trance. I allowed him to touch me. He claimed he loved me, and I thought nothing of it and told my friend. This is where I really should have been concerned, since she told me spirit guides shouldn't fall in love with the one that they're supposed to protect. But I ignored her, and nothing really happened. I continued to talk to him like normal until one night that I remember. It was like 12:30, and I was lying in bed, and I felt something watching me, which I've gotten used to by now, and so I tried to ignore it. Until I felt a sensation on my neck, back, and waist, like someone had grabbed me and tried to spoon me. I immediately got up and went to my pendulum and contacted Shirley, asking if it was him, and he confirmed my suspicion. I didn't sleep that night. I eventually got a glimpse of him as I was going downstairs to try to get a drink, and I saw all black, a figure crouched behind my sofa. He looked like the Rake, if I were to compare his body to anything except that he was all black with white eyes. I was too scared to even go downstairs. I think it started to get worse when my friend called me up saying Guider was in the corner of her room and not with me. I was a bit scared and started talking to him, trying to understand what was going on, until my friend told me to stop talking to him and wait until she came over on that weekend. I didn't talk to him at all. And at the weekend, she performed an exorcism on the necklace that I wore, as she sensed that he had latched himself onto that. And everything went smoothly, and I felt safe. Until 4 months ago, I started hearing knocking at my front door every night, and I seemed to be the only one who could hear it. I spoke to my friend, and she came over and admitted that she could hear it as well. I don't know what to do. The knocking feels like it's taunting me, while the constant feeling of being watched is making me insanely paranoid. I don't know what to do. A few nights ago, I saw a black figure in the corner of my room. I felt a wave of immense anger, and I just broke down in tears. I'm scared and I don't know what to do. I spoke with people on the witchcraft subreddit, and they claimed that it was quote-unquote shadow people. But I know for a fact that it was not. A laugh from nowhere. Back in college, I was hanging out with one of my friends, and one night I realized too late that there was no more public transport available. So I asked one of my best friends to take me home on his scooter, since we don't live too far away from each other. He agreed, so we decided to hang out longer with everybody, and we have a few drinks. Don't worry, everyone sobered up by the time that we headed home. It's been more than a decade ago now, but from what I can remember, we took off at around 1 or 2 a.m. The roads were empty, and it was super quiet, so we chatted happily while on the road. We got maybe to this area where there were no houses, only trees that were far apart from each other. So if there were people there, they would be very visible, even at 1 a.m., as the moonlight was bright enough that night. We were telling jokes and laughing out loud, partly to shake off the eerie quiet of the night, when suddenly we heard a woman's laugh, loud enough that we both got quiet instantly. It sounded like it came from right behind me. Keep in mind that we were on a moving scooter on an isolated road at 2 a.m. We both instantly got chills, and I immediately wanted to cry. I am a scaredy cat, yet I love these sorts of stories. He quickly asked me, "Who was that?" I looked behind, and on both sides of the road, there was no one there. Not a single person. Not even a stray dog. I looked up at the trees, because it was mostly coconut trees, so I looked to check if there was a person on top for some reason, but nope. I laughed nervously and said to him, "You heard it too?" "There's no one around." We both agreed that it sounded like it came from behind us. Fearing the worst, we drove faster until we got out of that isolated area. He still had to drive back on that same road after he dropped me off, but he made sure to drive fast. Even more than a decade later, we remember that experience and bring it up from time to time as one of our creepiest, unexplained experiences that we both have. This happened when I was meditating almost 20 years ago. When I was in high school, I used to meditate very regularly and would often have weird experiences while doing so, like feeling physical vibrations, hearing snippets of conversations, things like that. However, once I was lying on my back meditating in my bed, and when I got really deep, I started hearing this rushing sound in my ears and feeling like I was being pulled backwards and down through the mattress. All of a sudden, I woke up and I was lying on my stomach in a field. Daylight was happening and the sun was bright, so I was squinting when I opened my eyes and looked around. I was in a countryside somewhere, and I'd lived in New York City, with mountains in the distance. I started pulling out blades of grass and feeling the dirt in my hands to check that I was really there, and it felt very real. Then I noticed, looking down at my hands, that they were the wrong skin color. I wasn't freaked out, just curious about the situation. It was me, but it was like I was seeing through somebody else's eyes. Everything felt very familiar, like I remembered it from somewhere. There were a lot of little details, but to keep a very long story short, I walked into a little house that I knew was my own. I saw my mother and my little sister. These are in air quotes, by the way. I remember everything about her face, from her hair and eye color, and a mole that she had on her cheek. Then I went out onto a dirt road on the side of the house and started walking towards town. At some point, a horse and carriage was coming down the road and in my direction, and as it passed, I looked up at the driver and made eye contact with him. And at that moment, I heard the rushing again, and I felt myself pulled back, and I was in my own bed. It happened so long ago, and I still remember every detail. I've always had really vivid dreams, like I usually remember upon waking, but this didn't feel like a normal dream. Since then, I've had a few dreams that felt different than my normal ones, where I felt like I was seeing through somebody else's eyes. I've also been falling asleep and randomly heard this rushing and felt the pulling sensation twice, but both times I recognized that it was happening. I just got scared and I woke up. Something is in my house. So I bought an old farmhouse in November. The backstory on the house is that it used to be a workers' home for the plantation. They had an old brick well to use, so the original house was torn down, and then my current house was built by a couple in 1951. They both died in the house, and then a new family moved in around 2005. And according to my neighbor, they were a very nice and loving family up until the last few years. The husband became extremely abusive, leading to the rest of the family leaving. Shortly after, he hung himself in the attic. There's still scratch marks on the walls and rope burn on the rafter. I'll make another post with pictures this weekend, since I don't go into the attic at night. Once I moved in, within the first 2 weeks, I was noticing doors and cabinets being left open, when I know they were always closed. Then came the noises of people walking around the house, so I thought I had a squatter living somewhere in there. While searching the entire house, I noticed closed-off parts of the house that held little rooms in them, all unfinished. But this one room is what holds my attention. Inside was children's toys, cars, dolls, but along with them was old porn from what had to be from maybe the 70s, with as much bush the people had. There was also 3 steel boxes full of weed, and what I'm assuming was crack and crack pipes. There was also an old shotgun, or rather old shotgun shells. The whole thing threw me off. I should also mention that the house had been empty since 2011. I ultimately came to the idea that I had a squatter, so I installed cameras in every room from the basement to the attic as well as outside. I never found anyone on camera, but they do pick up sounds inside the house. Eventually, I did get a video of where you can hear someone walking in the attic from the living room camera, and it picks up the dust falling from the ceiling as well. I might still have that video, and another video that the camera was picking up a figure moving inside the picture frame. If I do, I'll post those later as well. Since it's an older house, the floors were a little bit crooked. So I had a contractor come over and come into the crawl space to look at leveling the floors while he was in there. And we discovered the old well, which was actually terrifying to see, an uncovered red brick well. I'll post pictures of it in my later post. I've gotten into the habit of saying goodbye and hello to the house when I leave and I come home from work. I've also sat in the kitchen one day, after last walking around upstairs thing, and said, if you want me to fix, then run down shitty house you got, chill the fuck out. Which I thought it would work. The house was quiet for a while, until the last 2 weeks. The next 3 things all happened in my master bedroom, which unfortunately is directly above the well. We were lying in bed and suddenly heard something crinkling in the corner of the room where I keep a contractor trash bag and throw all my clothes that I ruin at work in. We look over, and the back is sort of sitting like someone's trying to lift it up from one edge, which at this point I'm kind of just used to in the house. Another night we were laying in bed and I had my legs out of the blanket, and then the blanket just slowly started to move and cover them up. That definitely freaked me out. Finally, last night, I was asleep and the fiance was watching the new Dexter series, and I was woken up to what sounded like a door slamming and her freaking out saying someone was laughing right outside of her door, and then ran around for a while till they slammed the door twice. I checked the cameras, they didn't pick up anything. So I'm not sure what this thing is doing or planning, but I do hope that it calms the fuck out and just, again, since I was just in the kitchen talking to the house and saying my goodbyes and hellos, and said that if you don't chill the fuck out, I will burn this shit to the ground. I'll try to get pictures posted as soon as I have daylight to go into the attic. My friend kept our Nerf fight going months after he died. Last October, my best friend Tanner died unexpectedly due to causes that can't be mentioned due to the sub's rules. I don't need to go into too many details, but they're not relevant to the story. But it was easily one of the hardest hitting losses I've ever had. He and I shared a very close and special bond and overcame a lot of life together. He had moved in with our mutual friend Beth and her boyfriend several months prior to passing away. So I would constantly come over and hang out with everybody as I lived nearby. One summer day, we all had a giant Nerf gun fight together in our front yard. I distinctly remember making eye contact with Tanner and having a strange gut feeling at the time that this was a bittersweet moment, but brushed it off as being sad that summer was coming to a close. I felt uneasy, though, that he had the same sad, that longing look in his eyes that I did. It began to get dark out. After collecting as many darts as we could, we headed inside as Tanner declared, "This isn't over yet." A month later, after noticing many strange behaviors, Beth and her boyfriend made the heavy decision to call Tanner's mom and have her convince him to go back to rehab. 3 months later, Tanner was dead. I moved out of state since, but always go back to visit Beth when I'm home. One day after heavy snowfall, I pulled into Beth's driveway. Just as I hopped out of my car, Beth came to the door to greet me. Something yellow popped out against the fresh snowfall, immediately catching both of our attention. We looked down, and directly on her front step, perfectly placed in the untouched snow, was a Nerf dart. Well played, buddy. Possible experiences with a possessed object. To start, my female who's 20 years old fiance and I, a male who's 21, moved into our new apartment in October of 2021. This is our first place together. We hadn't had any strange or unexplainable experiences until this. For some background context, my fiance's mom died after a very severe car accident when he was 11. She was in a coma and ended up not making it out. It was an extremely traumatic experience for him. After this, he told me about some odd experiences that he had at his house after she passed. Seeing a figure in his kitchen at night from his bedroom from time to time, constantly feeling like he was walking through cobwebs, quote unquote, and similar moments that he ultimately brushed off as his imagination. Fast forward to December of 2021, we went over to his childhood home to help his dad decorate for Christmas. He just went through a divorce, and this allowed him to bring out decorations and such that hadn't been touched since she passed. While going through the bins, he found a stuffed snowman that belonged to my fiance's mom. He and his brother decided to take a few things as keepsakes, and the snowman was the only thing that we ultimately brought home. Immediately, we both had a strange feeling towards it. Nothing concrete, just an uncomfortable sensation being around it. Because of this, we put it into our bedroom closet. About 2 weeks after this, I went into the closet to grab a candle I had left in there from a recent shopping trip, and I couldn't find it anywhere. I looked through our entire apartment for 2 to 3 days and eventually gave up, thinking that we must have thrown it away. A week later, I walked into the same closet to pull some of our holiday decorations away, and lo and behold, the candle was exactly where I left it originally. I decided not to read into it and left the curiosity alone for the most part. We did, however, move the snowman to our utility closet after that experience, just on the off chance that something was going on. Now, about a week ago, my fiancé opened the utility closet. We go in there daily, it's where he stores his work gear and his shoes, and asked if I had moved the snowman. I told him I hadn't. I had honestly forgotten about it, and he became very anxious. He had left the snowman sitting on a box, arms and legs hanging down in a natural position, and this time the snowman's left arm was propped up against the wall, almost like it was trying to wave. Again, against our better judgment, we left it in there. We did put it in a grocery bag just to make sure it didn't change positions or move. 3 nights ago, I walked into the kitchen to grab some water before getting in bed. My fiancé was getting ready for bed in the bathroom. The bathroom is attached to my office, and the office door opens to the living room and kitchen. As I grabbed my water, I decided to go ahead and tie my hair up for the evening. I took my glasses off, flipped my hair upside down to put it into a hair tie, and my office door creaked shut. I immediately asked my fiancé if he had shut the door, and he said he shut it when he went into the bathroom 10 minutes prior. We decided at this point that if anything else happened, we would get rid of the snowman. Yesterday afternoon, while my fiancé was at work, I found a thumbtack on the floor in front of our trash can. The trash is about 8 feet from the utility closet. I thought it was odd, since we're extremely careful about them, as we have 2 cats, but I just picked it up and threw it away. I did take note that it was used, had a bit of that white-yellow plaster from our walls, and was slightly bent. This evening in passing, I mentioned to my fiancé that I found a tack on the floor yesterday. He immediately stopped, went to the closet, and noticed. He had put a tack that he removed from the wall next to the bag with the snowman 2 days ago, and it was now gone. He asked if it had anything distinct about it, so I let him know about the plaster and the bend. At this point, we both decided that it had to go. He took the snowman out of the bag and got ready to leave. He suddenly told me that he felt dizzy and had a headache. He was acting different than usual, tone of voice, body language. And to not freak myself out, I just decided he was anxious because I was having a panic attack. We got dressed, left with the snowman, and dropped it in the trash at the local gas station. He told me on the way home that he couldn't stop looking at the snowman when he took it out of the bag, and that it was making him feel sick in a kind of off way. He immediately felt better once we got home. I know this must sound insane, and I don't know what any of this really means, but I'm still terrified. I can't stop thinking about this. I wish we had done this earlier, and I'm scared that something is going to come from it. Any advice or similar experiences would help with my peace of mind. The Haunted Old Tape Recorder, the Japanese samurai music. When I was working for a company as a junior chief editor, I had to work late and volunteer for late-night shifts. The staff was broken up into teams of 6, and we had to take turns working the late-night shifts in the office. Since we were in a group of 6, we weren't afraid to be in the office at night. We used to have light music switched on while we worked our shifts at night. We also used to bring our food from the house, as ordering online was a waste of money for some of us. Thusly, one night as we were doing our late-night shifts at the office, one of us brought a tape recorder that plays only cassettes. We were impressed that our colleague still had that old tape recorder with her, and she told us that it was her late grandfather's. So, we wanted to try the old tape recorder out. So she inserted a cassette into the recorder and pressed the play button. She told us that that particular cassette has mostly old Shah Rukh Khan songs from the film, excuse me for trying to pronounce this, it's spelled C-U-C-H, Kuk Kuk Hota Hai. So most of us knew the playlist from that film, and we started enjoying the track list as soon as it started. The songs were playing fine till the end of the track list, and then it repeated. We didn't really mind listening to the same songs again, as we filled the cold void around the office. Everyone knew the cold and chill air around us that night, and in fact, we would feel it every other night or two in the office. Sometimes we would hear plates and cups clattering in the pantry as if someone was in there making themselves a drink or food, when all of us would be at our tables doing our work at night in that office. Some even reported seeing a shadow coming from the lift, but no one really came out of it and made the lift door open for a very long time. So as the songs were playing from that old tape recorder, most of us knew the track list order, so we knew what song came next after the song from the cassette. When the song Kuk Kuk Hota Hai ended, we knew that the next song was Sajanji Gar Ai, but a different song came, totally unrelated to the movie or the language. We looked at each other in shock and quickly asked the staff who brought the recorder to the office if she had saved more than one movie song in that cassette. She denied that she saved songs from any other movie other than Kuk Kuk Hota Hai. That staff tried to replay and rewind the cassette to play in order, but that different song played instead. Finally, she took the cassette out of the recorder and told us to just play our usual music from our computer. As we were searching for the usual music from our computers, we suddenly heard soft music coming from the pantry. It was the same music we heard from the tape recorder just a while ago. We knew it was time to leave the office immediately, so we quickly checked out from the office. The staff who brought the tape recorder was too afraid to even take the recorder back with her, so she left it in the office that night. The next day, when we came back to the office in the morning, we noticed that the cassette from the tape recorders was broken, and the cassette film was out of the cassette itself. Till now, the tape recorder is heard to be playing that same music again and again in the office at night. The music is none other than Japanese samurai music. You've just reached the end of today's stories, and I just want to thank all the people who sent us these very lovely accounts to read, and particularly the account maybe 4 or 5 stories in, right as they were being strangled. My hose that's located maybe 15 feet outside of a glass door, that's never worked since I have been renting this place, blasted itself on and scared the life out of me. So, I don't know if stories can be haunted, but at least for this narrator, I kind of think maybe that's true. And it's actually happened a lot in the past also. Believe me, you can ask my wife. So, until next time, thanks for supporting Paranormal M.